Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call this meeting of the Board of Trustees General Employees Pension Plan to order. It is June 3rd, 12:55 p.m. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. There was one slight modification, a text file change. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, we've got one item on our agenda, appointment to the Pension Review Committee. And we have one opening for a term expiring on December 1st, 2024. And we have one application. Patrick, I think it's Keogh. Is Patrick here today?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Patrick Keogh is online. Mr. Keogh, you may unmute and start your video.
And start the video.
Mr. Keogh, thanks for being with us today. And I think just tell us a little bit about why you would like to fill this open spot on the Pension Review Committee.
Well, I'm a certified Florida pension trustee, former chairman of the Fernandina Beach Police and Fire Plan. So I'm a qualified guy in search of a position, is what it is. And you had an opening, and I was solicited by one of your other members, Harvey Lewis. Harvey Lewis actually lived in Fernandina Beach some time ago and was my mentor when I first got involved in pension fund management. Harvey was the former chairman of the Fort Lauderdale Police and Fire. And it's a complex matter. Having somebody who knew their way around was helpful. So I was the long-term trustee and eventually chairman of the plan. When I moved to the county, I was no longer eligible to serve on the city board. So, and then Harvey contacted me about the vacancy you folks have.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Any members of the commission have any questions for Mr. Keogh? Go ahead. Okay. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we appoint Mr. Keogh to the Pension Review Committee.
Okay, a motion and a second that we appoint Mr. Keogh to serve on the Pension Review Committee to a term expiring on December 1st, 2024. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Keogh, thank you for your willingness to serve and appreciate you being with us today.
I look forward to working with you folks.
All right, thank you. We do too. Okay, that concludes our business for this meeting. So we will adjourn. We will reconvene in about 3 minutes for a regular city commission meeting. We are adjourned. Okay, welcome or welcome back if you're with us. We appreciate all you being here today. This is our regular City Commission meeting, June 3rd, 2021. We're going to call this meeting to order. And our first order of business, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, we cannot hear you.
It's the adoption of the consent agenda. Can you hear me now?
We can, yeah, very good.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and there are no modifications to the consent agenda. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco to adopt the consent agenda with no modifications. Any members of the public wish to speak to any items on the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, Adam Sessler here on the phone lines. Nobody's on the line at this time. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Anybody in chambers? Good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Nick Gonzalez, I'm the president of Gainesville Firefighters. Just here to speak on our contract. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say a quick thank you to all of you, and especially wanted to acknowledge the hard work of Lee Feldman and the rest of his team. Contracts are never an easy thing to navigate, and but with this one, we were able to accomplish long-term and systemic change that will help tremendously in both recruitment and retention. We were able to accomplish it in record time because Lee and his team listened to our issues and our concerns, and we worked together to find a happy medium with all parties' concerns involved. So I'm happy to report that we have an agreement, and it's here before you, and I ask that you guys move forward with it on the consent agenda and accept it. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please pass along our gratitude to all the brothers and sisters in IAFF for a tremendous job over the past year. Y'all went, it would be minimizing it to say above and beyond in protecting public health and safety. And so thank you, and on behalf of all of our neighbors, just please pass along our gratitude. All right, anybody else wish to speak to any items on the consent agenda? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Our next item is the adoption of our regular agenda with one modification. File 210049, Commissioner David Ariola, City Commission Travel Budget, change text file.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move we adopt the regular agenda as modified.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco to adopt the regular agenda with one slight modification. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion to adopt the regular agenda? Mr. Scott.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to BD3, I would respectfully request that be removed from the regular agenda. Commissioner Ariola, who represents my district, isn't even on the dais right now. I think it's reprehensible, Commissioners, reprehensible, that you guys would have a discussion about changing the parameters of your taxpayer-funded travel junkets in the midst of a pandemic where you continue to wear a mask and virtue signal. It's certainly not safe for you to travel. I think it's reprehensible that this is like adding insult to injury based upon the strong mayor discussion brought forth by Commissioner Ariola last week that was rejected by the city's own Charter Review Commission, along with increased salaries for city commissioners and the mayor. That was rejected. You didn't like it. And now you have the dancing poodle trying to put forth something against the will of the people. Did you not hear the public comment that was opposed to strong mayor last week at the meeting, including the chair of the city's own Charter Review Commission? You guys must be tone deaf because you made a motion 5-2 with Commissioner Gail Johnson.
Mr.
And
Scott, that item's not on this agenda.
I'm making a comparison. Please stop interrupting me. Thank you.
I just need to speak to the motion.
I am
to
speaking to the
adopt
motion. I'm comparing. Mayor Poe, if you want to continue to censor my speech, we
Not
could litigate
censoring
that
you,
issue.
You just need to talk to the motion.
I am speaking to the motion. Stop interrupting me. Thank you. So my point being here, Commissioner, is you spent taxpayer money to go on some community outreach to push your own agenda, adding insult to injury. Now we're talking about expanding the parameters of your own taxpayer-funded travel junket. Meanwhile, GRU recently received a 2-notch debt downgrade. As we know, it's going to cost GRU customers another $32 million in additional borrowing costs, which could have been avoided. But Wall Street wasn't enamored with Commissioner Ward's token motion, and here we go. But you guys don't have time to talk about the important things, commissioners. You just rubber stamp things on the consent agenda. You put these items on, which are self-serving. It's like grafting. Self-serving. You guys have lost touch with reality, commissioners. You have a utility that is on the brink of financial insolvency, and you're talking about your own perks. Do you know how absurd that sounds, commissioners? It's in poor taste, poor judgment, and you want to raise GRU electric rates another 7%? Where is the fiscal responsibility on the city government side? Please tell me, because I can't tell you how bad the optics look on you patting yourselves in your own pockets. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to the motion to adopt our agenda? Adam, do you have anybody?
Mr. Mayor, we have somebody to comment on general public comment, but not the agenda.
Okay, very good. Let's turn back to the commission. Motion to adopt our agenda with one small modification. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We do have, I believe Commissioner Duncan Walker will not be with us today, and I do expect Commissioner Ariola to be here. I have not heard otherwise. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so just to remind folks, as we start transitioning back to our pre-pandemic model, we do offer an opportunity for people to speak on any items on the agenda. They will then forego their opportunity to speak to those items when they come up individually on the agenda. So they will get 3 minutes if they're speaking just to one item, or 5 minutes total if they're speaking to more than one item. Is there anybody in chamber that wishes to speak to early public comment for any items on the agenda? Okay, Adam, do we have anybody here for early public comment?
I do believe Mr. Brian O'Brien is here for early public comment. Mr. O'Brien,
Okay, and
you have
Adam, let's
either.
just make sure that it's for an item on the agenda, not for general public comment, for items not on the agenda.
All righty. Mr. O'Brien, you've heard the mayor. If this is for items not on the agenda, you're welcome to offer your comment.
No, Adam, this is
Yeah.
for items that are on the agenda.
Are on the agenda. I should let the two of you speak together. Mr. O'Brien, are you clear on the rules at this time?
Larry, no, I'm not. I would like to ask, when would be the opportunity to comment on the items that are not on the agenda, as the mayor is suppressing free
That'll be the next
speech,
item
and
up.
I would like to make a comment on that. I've been denied 3 opportunities to comment
Okay,
today
Mr.
already.
O'Brien, we will get clarification for you, and we'll get back to you offline.
Yeah, that's the next item up, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay.
Anybody else for early public comment?
Yes, we do. We have Miss Debbie Martinez. Miss Martinez, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
And at the last meeting, I spoke about GRU being a sinking ship. Today, I will continue with the rest of the story.
Okay.
In May
Miss
2010,
Martinez,
following
Miss
multiple
Martinez?
Ms. Martinez, we'll
cities
get that
council-
for you in a little bit.
Hold on, we'll get right back to you, Ms. Martinez. Adam, I think this is new, I think, to your all screeners. Early public comment is for people who would like to speak to items on our agenda at this point, forgoing the right to speak to those items individually when they come up on the agenda. We will take general public comment for items not on our agenda next.
Excellent. Then at this point, we do not have anybody else on the line. The floor is yours, and I apologize for the confusion.
Okay, no problem. So we are done with that. We will now move to general public comment, and I'm going to alternate between folks in chamber and with you, Adam, and we'll start with anybody in the chamber. Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So if you guys haven't heard the news yet, and it was interesting because this item was removed from the General Policy Committee meeting last week. I'd hoped to hear your lobbyists and have them discuss the legislative session, as well as tell us how they're working very hard with the governor's office to address your legislative priorities, which included 3 projects. But if you haven't heard, 2 of your projects got line item vetoed yesterday. But the county complied with the rules of the state of Florida, and not surprisingly, their $2.32 million event center project got funded. So, I'm kind of at a loss because, it seems the county was very wise to distance itself from the controversy created by the mayor, city manager, and the city commission. And it paid dividends. They didn't want to be caught up in that mess. It's business as usual across the street. No mask optional, no commissioners on the dais wearing masks, no required proof of vaccination to enter the Star Chamber. So, you guys think you guys are sometimes the smartest people in the room, but you don't seem to recognize the bigger picture and how to win friends and influence people. And it's disappointing. But that's a consequence of your recalcitrant behavior. How do you think people are going to respond when you tell them to pound sand? Not once, twice, and you act defiant. Meanwhile, you're up there masquerading with masks, and I'd assume the majority of you guys are vaccinated. But you're not wearing stickers, so we don't know. But you continue to virtue signal, and you continue to self-promote and advance agendas and talk about things that have nothing to do with the core financial problems facing not only the city government and GRU. You want to kick that aside. How many hours did we spend last week talking about all kinds of things that really didn't matter? And if we're keeping score to date, we've had about an hour discussion on the city budget, which was consumed, majority of which was a presentation. No substantive questions were asked on any line item, budget line item, city government side. And GRU, you just gave them direction. I sent you guys an email. I got a response. But let's prioritize fixing the problems, commissioners, instead of, just acting defiant. It's not good governance by any measure. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, over to you. Anybody for general public comment? Items not on the agenda.
This time, sir, we do have 2 callers. Mr. Brian O'Brien first. Mr. O'Brien, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Larry. Commissioners and the public at home and the legislature and anybody else in law enforcement watching, I would like to report a crime. Mayor Poe is repressing free speech. The video feed that we're getting at home is 30 seconds delayed from the actual events and preventing people from being able to comment on specific items. Prior to this meeting's begin today, the Board of Trustees of the Police and Fire Retirement Plan met, during which there was an opportunity to comment. The phone line that's announced in the calendar of the city was not attended, and the phone number that's shown on the screen was not attended. The public comment time came and went with nobody answering the phone to take my comment. At the start of this city commission meeting, again, I called in to comment on the consent agenda and was denied the ability to comment are being put on hold. No one attending the phone. After the meeting got past consent, I got to the operator who was typing the messages to the moderator, causing another delay. By the time she typed the message in that I wanted to comment on consent, only the fire department's union representative had had a chance to comment, and I was not given the opportunity. The regular agenda was presented, and again, I was not able to comment. This is a scheme that's been orchestrated by the mayor and his cronies to prevent people from commenting on the hideous job he's done of managing our city and being irresponsible with the fiscal investments that have been made. I'm very disappointed, and I would like to have an opportunity to address the issues that I was prevented from addressing earlier today. Mayor Poe, I'm asking you to allow me to start the comment for the first one that I was not able to comment on at the Board of Trustees. I would like to comment on the consent agenda, and I would like to comment on the adoption of the agenda. During that time I was put on hold, the message is some country ballad called Sitting in Your Waiting Room, waiting on this conference call all day. You got to stay on hold to further rub some salt into the wound of the suppression of free speech that's going on at City Hall. I object and would like an answer, Mr. Poe.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay, we'll come back to the chambers. Anybody in chambers that wishes to speak to any items not on our agenda? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Mike Register, Director of the Division of Water Supply Planning and Assessment for the St. Johns River Water Management District. And I'm here today to provide some background information on the proposed revisions to minimum levels for Lakes Brooklyn and Geneva that we're trying to get through. I do want to acknowledge and appreciate Rick Hutton and Tony Cunningham with GRUs working with us on this, and hope to continue that working together to come to a resolution. After our governing board approved the revised MFLs and the associated recovery strategy, the North Florida Utility Coordinating Group, including Gainesville Regional Utilities, filed petitions challenging the existing MFLs for the lakes and the recovery strategy for the proposed MFLs. On Tuesday of this week, they also filed petitions challenging the proposed MFLs and the revised recovery strategy and the proposed addition of the recovery strategy to the North Florida Regional Water Supply Plan. Lakes Brooklyn and Geneva are located in Clay and Bradford counties, adjacent to the city of Keystone Heights. They are sandhill lakes, well connected to the upper Florida aquifer, and with all of this work that we have done, they are now among the most studied lakes in our district. Minimum levels for Lakes Brooklyn and Geneva were originally adopted in January of 1996, but were done so without the benefit of either a ground or surface water model. After models were developed to allow an assessment of these levels, concerns were raised with the levels, and the district committed to a reevaluation of the MFLs. After working on it for over a decade, the district has completed the reevaluation of the minimum levels for Brooklyn and Geneva in 2020. Just a little bit of background on minimum flows and levels. The water management districts are directed by statute to establish minimum flows and levels that set the limit at which further withdrawals would be significantly harmful to the water resources or ecology of the area. It is important to note that an MFL is not meant to be a goal for restoration to an ideal condition. Rather, it is a backstop to prevent significant harm from occurring. In establishing these limits pursuant to the Water Resource Implementation Rule and Florida statute, districts must consider non-consumptive uses and other environmental values. The rule actually lists 10 water resource values that must be considered, which include recreation in and on the water, and also aesthetic and scenic attributes of the water body. After an exhaustive search of criteria, the district settled on criteria for the MFLs which protect the relevant water resource values. An assessment of these metrics indicates that some of them are not being met under current pumping conditions, and a recovery strategy was required to ensure that they will be met. The open water metric was the most restrictive evaluated, although the lake surface area, average depth, lake lobe connectivity were also found to be constraining. While it has been suggested that the open water metric is only an aesthetic recreational metric, This metric actually provides protection of habitats not afforded by the nearshore metrics, including deep habitats that large fish use as thermal refuge to escape predators and for resting. Some game species spend the majority of their time in this deep habitat, and the use of nearshore metrics would
Right,
not provide sufficient
Thank you,
protection.
sir. One of your colleagues, I think, will have to finish your comments for you.
Okay.
I appreciate you being here today.
Can I give my time to Mr. Register?
No, we don't yield, but you can make comments of your own for 3 minutes. Adam, back over to you. Anybody on the call-in line?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Debbie Martinez is on the line. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Debbie Martinez. At the last meeting, I spoke about GRU being a sinking ship. Today, I will continue the rest of the story. In May 2010, following multiple city commissioner trips to Tallahassee, the Public Service Commission approved the Gregg Forestry-fired electricity deal. Commissioner Nathan Scott insisted on cautionary language in the order. As you know, Mr. Post, post-2010, you were complicit in plans to keep GRU fuel adjustment charges inflated, contrary to the city ordinance prohibitions. The result was tens of millions of dollars illegally extracted and stockpiled to cushion anticipated high power purchase agreement payments. In December 2013, the Commission allowed to expire a multi-year firm power purchase agreement with Progress Energy, now Duke, to provide up to 50 megawatts of electricity with an all-in cost of about $65 per megawatt hour, including Progress Duke's transmission costs. In January 2014, GRU began monthly payments to Gregg amounting to nearly $250 per megawatt hour, more than 4 times the market price for forestry-fired electricity. If not for Gregg payments, GRU electric rates would have been $35 per month less per 1,000 kilowatt hours. Sadly, Mr. Poe continued calling Gregg the city's partner. As you know, Mr. Poe, in 2014 and 2015, consulting firm Navigant completed a limited scope report laying out shocking expected future impacts flowing from the Gregg contract. Mr. Poe, who had opposed an investigative review, ridiculed Navigant conclusions, confidently expressing that he continued to believe the Gregg contract was still a good deal. Contemporaneously, Ed Bilarski emerged as a leading general manager candidate, helping GRU on its anticipated treacherous voyage ahead. Bilarski was in his 3rd year as a second-level Lehigh Valley Authority water and sewer executive, his first publicly owned utility job, overseeing fewer than 500 employees. 100 years after the Lusitania ship sank, commissioners seeking a steady hand at the GRU helm voted 4-3 to hire Bilarski. As you know, Mr. Poe, 6 years and nearly $2 million in salary and benefits later, things have not gone well at GRU.
Ms.
Captain
Martinez?
Bilarski ain't going down. You are, Mr. Poe.
Thank
you
you.
are.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Appreciate you
Thank
calling
you.
in. Okay, back over to next speaker in the chamber that wishes to make any comments to items not on our agenda.
May I approach to hand out a presentation that?
Yeah, just put them on the end of the dais there. Just on the end of the dais. Thank you.
The main thing I would like to look at is this one picture.
Sure.
I'm Tom Mayton with St. John's River Water Management District, and I'm an attorney in the case. I've been assigned to the challenges. As part of the challenges to the proposed rules and the recovery strategy, the utility group has proposed some lower cost regulatory alternatives, one of which was to utilize the minimum infrequent high metric, which ignoring the other metrics. If that approach were accepted, the result to Lake Brooklyn would be as appears in this picture. It would look like a wet prairie. And that's one of the reasons why these metrics are important, because it would no longer function as a lake. It would essentially be a wet prairie. And that in our belief does not meet the intent of the statute to avoid significant harm, because if you're changing from a lake to a wetland, you've not avoided significant harm because it's a completely different ecological niche. We appreciate that the utilities are continuing to work with us to try to settle these matters, and we're hopeful that we can reach a resolution soon, but we just wanted to bring this information to your attention, and we appreciate the assistance of your staff. They've been very cooperative, and we've had good conversations, and we hope to resolve things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Adam, back over to you.
Mr. Mayor, there's no more public comment at this time.
Okay, if we'll just wait a moment for the lectern to be cleaned, we'll take our next speaker. Thank you, as always, Ms. Molden. All right, our next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Kathy Benton, city resident, parent of, I think, 4 kids who were enrolled at one time or another in the dual enrollment program at Santa Fe College. And this may sound a little personal, but since we're talking about a strong mayor, I just want to congratulate the mayor, but especially the students at Santa Fe on your retirement. Students at Santa Fe deserve a whole lot better than to learn economics from someone who's been responsible for entering the worst contract in our city's history, who's responsible for the downgrading of our city's borrowing power and the degradation of the reputation of a once highly regarded public utility, and who won't admit when they're wrong and only digs in deeper. I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Scopp as he pointed out how you and this commission continue to occupy yourselves with empty virtue signaling matters rather than the matters that the citizens of this city really need you to attend to. I really hope my fellow citizens are paying attention and will retire you from public service and local government when your term here expires. The city and county can't afford you anymore, Mr. Mayor. And since we're talking about strong mayor, I just think your tyrannical approach would be a disaster. I just think it was so disrespectful the way you made these 2 gentlemen from the St. John's Water District have to wait and have somebody else talk in between their presentation. You could have easily allowed the second gentleman to take over, step in next. It's just an example of how I don't think you're really interested in hearing what the citizens of the city have to say. That's all.
We'll take the next speaker after we get the dais cleaned, the lectern cleaned. We have the next speaker to any items not on our agenda. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ron Rose, pastor of Greater Bethel AME Church. Came here a couple of weeks ago and spoke on the issue of the resignation of our Director of Equity and Inclusion. And I challenge you all to fix the problem. Doesn't appear that there was a will to fix the problem. We allowed things to go status quo instead of making a correction that could have been made. I'm coming now. I noticed that the city of Gainesville, in much of my social justice work, I see people that are enamored by ceremonial events, but actual doing the work and creating the culture that all of our citizens are afforded and deserve. They're not as aggressive in creating a culture, but they love the ceremonies and they love the attention from public relations. This doesn't have to be a fight. It's going to be a fight if we don't do the right thing. I think at the end of the comments last week or a couple weeks ago, I felt the spirit that you all knew that there was a problem, that we have a problem in our city leadership. We have a problem with the culture. When the Office of Equity and Inclusion feels inequity and exclusion, and they can't do their job, when a third-party entity comes and tells you in an investigation that recommends that your city manager is removed, that he retaliated, and when it appears that the city manager used one of the commissioners to continue to create a hostile environment for that person. I hear that there was an HR director, a black woman, that recently resigned. And I think you all got a problem that you need to go ahead and fix. I'm calling for the removal of the city manager. You can put him somewhere else. Assign him to a place to where he doesn't affect the culture of the city of Gainesville. He should not be sitting at the top, in the top seat. Asking you all to do this, it doesn't have to be a fight, but it will be a fight if you all don't do your job. And you all call your colleagues out. When your colleagues are doing wrong and not creating a culture that's inclusive, not creating a culture that's equitable, call your colleagues out and do the right thing. Doesn't have to be a fight, but it will be a fight if you all don't do the right thing. You didn't repair the last recommendation that I asked you to do, but you can go ahead and make a move to remove the city manager so we can get the city of Gainesville where it needs to be. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers that wishes to speak to the items not on our agenda?
Mayor, I do have somebody here if you'd like to take the comment over the lines.
Please.
Mr. Armando Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to follow up in the spirit of camaraderie I agree with Ron Rawls completely that we definitely need to have a conversation. The conversation that we're having in the sphere about the culture of the city of what's going on, we've had, it was unfortunate, it appears that even the Gainesville Sun can't get its facts right. You all said that you all called for a vote of the city manager in a vote of 4-3. When that is revisionist history, that never even happened. Those are alternative facts. And it seems like we have a lot of people that like to report an alternative fact. There was never a vote for the city manager called for his termination. What is unfortunate, though, in this space and in this time is that we're still not wanting to have the conversations that we need to have that are important and meaningful about what the real issue is that someone has been weaponized to do things and has been doing things, and nobody wants to take a real account and have a real conversation about those things. And this issue is not going to go away. It's going to get worse. And so we can let this fester, or we can continue to pretend that it doesn't happen, but it is happening. And you would think that a complaint from women with over 27 complaints is the greatest story ever told. It's not the greatest story ever told. The Bible was supposed to be the greatest story ever told. These are just people laying about the facts, and they're all saying the same thing. And it's interesting, when you have a football team, when UF has a bad season, you don't fire the entire football team, you fire the coach. And so what you all are saying is when the entire team is saying, hey, we have a problem, folks, you all are saying, oh, it's your fault. We need to fire all of you. You're the problem. So we want to pretend that we want to have a culture audit to address the issue. The culture audit you all need to be having is amongst all 7 of you. And I just want to understand for the life of me why there just seems to be this allergy or revisionist history. All of us here, and I think Reverend Rawls said, don't try to spit on him and pretend it's rain on top of his head. Well, you know what? Good for him, because there's a lot of us and more Ron Rawls and more Armando Grundy Gomez's that are out there, and this is going to get worse. I can promise you that. We are not going away, and you all can take it for granted if you want to, but this is going to have ramifications, and we are coming, and it's going to get much worse. Rest assured. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Okay, anybody else in chamber that wishes to speak to items not on our agenda? Okay, we'll close this section of public comment. Thank you all who participated. I'll allow our GRU water staff to come and speak briefly to the process of the MFL issue. It is incredibly disappointing that the governor chose to veto 2 items that were approved through the budget process by both Democrats and Republicans. One of those items he vetoed, both of them really, but one of them protects the public health of our most vulnerable neighbors and that was not a priority for the governor. The other helps our most mobility challenged neighbors gain access to equitable transportation. That was not a priority for the governor. I am thankful that our police interrupters program was funded, but it is incredibly disappointing that those two highly valuable budget items that I know especially Commissioner, I'm sorry, go back to the old days, Representative Henson fought very hard for and got passed through the legislative process were line item vetoed. I apologize for any access issues that Mr. O'Brien had. I think you all see that I'm very consistent with how I solicit public comment for all of our items and agendas. We will work with our telephonic service provider to try to work out any kinks and make sure that everybody is able to speak on whatever issues there are. And I hate to almost dignify this, but in 13 years of public service, my time as a teacher has never been attacked. That is the lowest I have ever seen in this chamber. I left my job at Santa Fe with incredible sadness. And the reason I left is because I could not continue to be a father and a husband and a mayor and a teacher. It was not physically or mentally possible. I was suffering and my family was suffering. And I gave up my career of 23 years where I have given everything I have. And for someone to come in to this chamber and sink to those levels is demoralizing. To all the students who have taught over all the years about civility, about decency, I hope that I have been able to set a better example for you. So we have a history at GRU of taking water conservation incredibly seriously. We have, I think, an incredibly compelling story to tell about how much we've been able to reduce individual consumption. One of the best stories in the state, to be sure. We take seriously our current relationship with the St. John's Water Management District. With this particular issue, I have had several conversations with our staff on the progress of this and how the city can be an equitable partner in achieving your goals. We hope that you would agree that we need a little bit more time to work out what is equitable and define that better. And we will continue to do that. But Mr. Cunningham, if you want to add any more context or clarity, just so everybody sort of understands where we are right now in this process.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Tony Cunningham. I'm the Water and Wastewater Officer here at GRU. Like the Mayor said, GRU supports MFL process. We support being committed to the work of protecting natural resources and working alongside the Water Management District and other stakeholders to do that in North Central Florida. We do support the Black Creek project, which the district has brought forth as a means to meet the MFL and protect the lakes, Lake Brooklyn and Lake Geneva in the Keystone Heights area. We're committed to participating in the cost of that project as well. but in a equitable and reasonable manner for our community and for our customers. And I think that is a lot of the discussion moving forward. We're continuing to actively work with the Water Management District and their staff to come to a resolution and participating agreement in that manner. I will just touch on a few things. So we have filed some petitions, as Mr. Register shared. We had asked for a postponement of the adoption of the MFL so that we could work on these issues prior to that. After the adoption of the MFL, to preserve our rights, we are following that process of filing petitions, and there are continuing to be deadlines where we're needing to do that to continue to preserve our rights. In the midst of that, we are continuing to work closely with the district and work toward a resolution that I think will be best for sustainable water supply in North Central Florida and equitable, especially the cost appropriation of to the different stakeholders for the cost of the project. And so we are continuing to do that. I am hopeful that that is going to continue to come to a resolution that works for the Water Management District, for GRU and our customers, and for North Central Florida. If there are any questions, I can take questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Appreciate the update. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to first thank the Water Management for being here. We appreciate it. I would have much rather liked for there to be an opportunity on our agenda to have this discussion. I don't think that because of the rules of general public comment, it's just not conducive to the kind of debate that we would need to have. I do appreciate you being here. I'd like to invite you all to be able to attend. I know it's a bit of a drive, and so I don't want to have you coming back and forth all the time. But I just don't think this discussion is suited for the rules of general public comment, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate the information that's been provided, but if we're going to have that discussion, let's do it on an appropriate agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have reached the end of public comment. Thank you all for being here today, and we will move on with our next business item, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is BD1, appointments to the Board of Trustees for the Consolidated Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan, Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Advisory Board, Nature Centers Commission, and Regional Transit Authority Advisory Board, with the recommendation that the commission make the appropriate appointments as outlined.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So for this committee, or Board of Trustees, I should say, there are 2 full terms expiring in 2023 and 2 applications. Are any of the applicants here to speak to us today that would like to? If you want to come forward, sure. Welcome.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm Walt Berry, member of the Police and Fire Pension Board, and I'm seeking reappointment for a full 4-year term, I guess it is, or maybe it's a 2-year term. I honestly don't know. But I've served previously for about 3 years, and I've had a long tenured career in local government and both as a management and staff assistant role. So I'm here to answer any questions. I think you've got good staff. I'm pretty astonished. I admire and applaud you, especially Mayor Poe, given the words I heard today. It's astonishing how uncivil some people can be, and I, on behalf of my fellow citizens that I think I represent, I apologize. Anyway, any questions, I'll be glad to try and respond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Berry, and thank you for your past service. Mr. Varvel, I see you're an applicant as well. Would you like to address the commission?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I have had the honor of serving on that Board of Trustees for the Consolidated Plan now for, I think, 4 years. I think I add a very unique perspective to the board because one, I actually know and understand the benefit that we are fiduciaries for, and it's really important to me. And I'm not saying it's not the other, because I know and am friends with the people that pension fund is there to protect And I take that fiduciary responsibility very seriously, and I would be delighted to serve for at least one more term. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barbell. Okay, thank you both for being with us today and sharing a little of your desire to serve. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you both. I think you're both reapplying. So I appreciate the continued will to keep serving, because I know that's not always easy. I do have one question. I know Mr. Varvel says that he offers a unique perspective, and I do believe that. But how, I guess, traditional, or I don't want to say the word appropriate, but how usual is it to have a city employee and our current interim for HR to sit on a board like this? Has that happened before?
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
The city has had employees traditionally sit on the Board of Trustees from the committee appointment. In fact, before I applied initially, I made sure that there was not a conflict of interest associated with that appointment. But it's not unusual for one or even both of the city positions to have some connection to employees of it. So.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we appoint Mr. Berry and Mr. Varvel to the Consolidated Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ward to appoint Ms. Berry and Mr. Varvel to the Board of Trustees for the Consolidated Police and Firefighters Retirement Plan. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion in chambers? Mr. Shepherd.
Yes, I'm Donald Shepherd, People's Representative, and I believe that this internal representation of Mr. Varvel and others that have dragged the city down the road it's at today. Our financial status has gone haywire, and it's all because the leadership of these people that supposedly are leading the city in a better place. Let's see it happen. It hasn't happened. He's got to September to take and make his move, to take and clean up the books. Why is this man running 4 books? Why is there these leaders that are in office doing what they're doing? This is a question that people are asking, and we want answers. Our city is in debt, and supposedly, but you look at what they put out in records, and you look at what it is, and you see a whole different picture. That's why I chose to run for mayor, because I want to clean this up. I want to get back to the people what they deserve, and this is something that we're not seeing in our leadership. And that's all I have to say, sir. Hope for better.
Thank you. Adam, do you have anybody on the line for this item?
Mr. Mayor, we do. Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate the opportunity to address the commission today. The question that I would have for Mr. Varvel and Mr. Berry is that I would like to know if they understand that the Government Financial Officers Association, which is the entity that so proudly displayed as endorsing our yearly audit, commonly known as the Annual Comprehensive Financial Audit, they recommend not using pension obligation bonds to finance the obligations to your trusted employees. Despite that, you've borrowed $200 million to finance those obligations in a very risky deal. And it appears that as of April 9th, 2021, you have now borrowed an additional $11 million against the advice, again, of the GFOA. Do you understand how risky this is for the employees? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Mayor, there's nobody else on the line at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, anybody back in chambers that wish to speak to the motion? Gonzalez?
Good afternoon. Nick Gonzalez, Gainesville Firefighters. I support the motion. Mr. Proverell, Mr. Boyer both have done a fantastic job. I support them being on there another term. And I think the pension bonds that were floated earlier was a great move. It was good timing and saved the plan a lot of money. Made it very strong. We're at like 99% funded. So I'm very happy with what we're doing. We have a very modest pension, and I hope to maintain it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers wish to speak to the motion to appoint Mr. Farvell, Mr. Berry to the Board of Trustees? I'm sorry, we don't get two bites of the apple. No, it's, if you feel like reaching out to Mr. O'Brien, having a cup of coffee, then I'll let that be on your dime. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Okay, Madam, I'm sorry, we'll just take these one at a time. Up next, we have the Gainesville Reinvestment Area Advisory Board. We have one partial term to fill a vacancy that will end in October of this year. The applicants are Joachim Norquist, Matthew Riles, and Andre Salsi. Are any of those folks here today that would like to address the commission? Welcome.
All right. Hello, I'm Andre Susi, and yeah, I applied for the Reinvestment Area Advisory Board. I believe that I'm qualified to be on it because I've lived in the area and I've studied a lot in the ways of the neighborhood planning and just how we can reinvest in the community and improve the community in different ways through housing reform and building of affordable housing and access to facilities, or to change the design of the infrastructure to make it more in favor and in service to the actual members of the community that live there. I also applied to the Regional Transit Authority Board. Thought I was only here for this, but I forgot that I still had this. So yeah, I'll just actually say that I just think that I have a good understanding of sort of the Gainesville community. I've been here for 3 years, and I think that to be on this board would be a great privilege to actually be able to give back to the community and help and make sure that the interests of everybody in these communities that are in this area are being served properly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else here that's an applicant for this board? Madam Clerk, do we have anybody calling in that's an applicant for this board?
Yes, we do. Mr. Norquist is on as a panelist already, so you are able to unmute and start your video, Mr. Norquist.
Okay, I have unmuted.
We can hear you.
There we go. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and commissioners. Thank you for considering my application. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your service. And I really agree with the words that you spoke. I have been in Gainesville since 1994 continuously and have been active in all kinds of committees over the years, and actively involved in the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, the County Economic Development Advisory Committee, and also the Roscoe Committee. And I'm an engineer here locally and have a company called GSE Engineering Consulting. I'm very familiar with all of the development that's going on, the pressures that are going on, the opportunities that we have as a community. And I really believe that I would be a good addition to this particular committee. I think as an engineer, I bring a different perspective And I believe also that my character is such that I look to collaborate with people. So I think that particular board requires collaboration and also the perspective of maybe somebody such as myself. So thank you for considering my application. And if you have any questions, I'd be more happy to answer them. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nordquist. And is Mr. Riles with us?
Is not in the attendees online.
Okay. Thank you both for sharing some perspective with us. Turn back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for staff. It says here city residency required, but looking at the ordinance for the CRA Advisory Board, there is no residency requirement. I just wanted to confirm that.
That's correct. There was an oversight there. Okay. I don't believe there is a residency requirement. I can clarify that with staff over at the CRA, but I believe that that's correct.
Okay. I'm looking at it in front of me and it doesn't have it there.
Okay. So I apologize for that oversight, but that's why I allowed the application to go through. So there's no residency requirement for the city.
I would move that we appoint Mr. Nordquist to the CRA board.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Sacco to appoint Mr. Nordquist. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion in chambers? Adam, do you have anybody?
No, Mr. Mayor, nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay, back to the commission. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, up next we have Nature Centers Commission. We have one partial term for a vacancy ending in November of 2023. We have three applicants, Charles Boisseau, Madalena Campbell, I believe. I'm really bad with names, so I'm sorry if I'm not getting the pronunciations correct, and Susan Jacobson. Are any of the three of you here today to introduce yourself to the commission? Yeah, come on in and say hello. Tell us why you'd like to serve on this commission.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Madalena Campbell, and I'm going into my junior year at University of Florida, focusing on the intersection of environmental ethics and policy and social justice. It is my opinion that grassroots efforts and community outreach are imperative when we talk about making environmental change. I especially saw this firsthand growing up a block off the ocean with dune restoration and protection. During my first year of college, I was immediately drawn to Gators Go Green, where I was elected as freshman executive. Through the student government liaison, we focused on community outreach both within Gainesville and UF. My motivation and involvement have only grown since this experience and solidified that I made the right decision with majoring in natural resource conservation and minoring in agriculture and natural resource ethics and policy. I've deliberately chosen to take graduate level courses to further my education in environmental ethics and policy. And I most recently have been accepted to a teacher's assistant position in the fall for a course called Forests of the Future. Most importantly, I have been accepted as a participant in the University Scholars Program, where I'll be conducting research on underrepresented farm worker minority populations in Florida. Through this, I'll be conducting interviews to create a needs-based assessment to navigate the remainder of this pandemic, as well as prepare better for future pandemics. The combination of these experiences and my passion for environmental policy makes me believe that I would be a great fit for the Nature Center Commission Board. I believe I can bring a fresh perspective and true passion for environmental advocacy to the Commission. Additionally, as a resident of Gainesville, this seat will enrich my knowledge of realistic policy and local environmental issues. I understand with my application as a student, applying for a full-term position may create hesitation. However, I do have 2 years left in my undergraduate career and intend to pursue a master's program through UF of natural resource ethics and policy. So I am fully committed to this position. I thank you for your time today, and thank you in advance for your consideration.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us today. Do we have Charles or Susan with us? Adam, do you have, or I'm sorry, Ms. Bryant, do you have anybody?
There's no one in the attendees list, and I happen to know Dr. Jacobson was unable to attend the meeting today.
Okay, very good. And we do not have Charles with us, correct?
That is correct.
I have an
There's
injured
some
hand.
enthusiasm on the part of Commissioner Ariola. You are recognized.
I look at the bandage on my hand, which was very hard to hold things.
Traumatic.
So, it's traumatic. Thank you to all the applicants. I noticed that the other two applicants were former members, and I like to get new people into these boards as often as possible when we have new applications. So I'd like to go ahead and move that we appoint Madalena Campbell to the partial term ending in 23.
Okay, motion and second that we appoint Ms. Campbell to complete this term. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. As I know, it's good to see you guys again. I just want to say that Ms. Campbell is a perfect match for this position. Granted, from her background and also from me personally, from working with her and conducting research, I personally believe that she would excel very well in this position. And I just want to say, as a citizen of Gainesville, I think this would be the best bet for our commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Adam, do you have anybody to speak to the motion?
No, Mr. Mayor, nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay. Back to the chambers. Anybody else? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously, and thank you very much for being with us today and your willingness to serve. Okay, up next we have the Regional Transit Authority, or RTS Advisory Board. One partial term to fill a vacancy ending in September of 22. We have three applicants, Logan Ladnick, Anthony Smith, and Andre Saucy, who we just heard from, but you're welcome to share some thoughts again, specific to RTS. Andre, would you like to address this once more? Welcome back.
All right, hello again. I was a lot more prepared for this one, so I guess I'll just start off that I would like to speak to my application first by just outlining my experience personally as a transit user, my academic experience studying transit, and also my research experience studying transit. So from the so as a personal transit user, for all the time that I've been in Gainesville, I've been using transit. My first time going to UF, I was taking the bus 16 and 17 to get to my classes. I've always taken the bus to get to around Gainesville, to get to my classes, to get to the airport, and even to get my COVID vaccination. So I'm very familiar with the transit in Gainesville and sort of where it is working and where it could be improved, just from the perspective of being a user with regards to the facilities and the routes and just everything having to do with it. From the perspective of my academics, I feel a lot. I've taken courses on transit planning and also using GIS, and those courses taught me a lot about just how to design transit facilities and to plan for them and to manage operations of transit. And in my research experience, I've been working with the Center for Health in the Built Environment at UF's Department of Urban and Regional Planning for my past 3 years at UF, and I've had the opportunity to work on research with RTS Roots itself, where I actually did an analysis of the entire system, looking to see how it serves our transportation disadvantaged populations, to see sort of where we have those gaps in the operations from the perspective of the frequency of buses and the routing of them, as well as just the spatial service area that they actually do provide as compared to these transportation disadvantaged populations. So I think that to work for the city and to work on this advisory board, I'll have a lot of opportunities to actually have my input from this perspective that I've gained from just being a transit user, having studied transit and done research within the city of Gainesville itself. So I would hope that I can work on the RTA board to really advise and make sure that the right decisions are being made to serve the most people and to improve our transit for the future and make it something that is accessible to everyone and really improve accessibility for everyone in the Gainesville area. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Logan or Anthony with us? Yeah, come on down. welcome.
So, my name is Logan Ladnick. I hold a master's degree from UCF, during which I studied public administration. Most of my coursework there, I then studied under transportation concepts and used that to then study RTS itself. I believe that between RTS and the micromobility program and the entirety of Gainesville's transit programs as a whole, we're on the cusp of a transportation revolution, and that we need to make sure that it is fair and equitable, not just for our college and like for Santa Fe and for UF, but for those in less served communities. We need to make sure that it is serving everybody, not just the more like aesthetically pleasing sections of our communities. So I really feel that by having my voice on the board, I can help make RTS be more fair and equitable and helpful to the entire community, of which I've been a part of since I was a teenager. I mean, I even took one of your classes, so that partially helped me push me into wanting to get into public service myself. So I just wanted to point that out, and like the comments from before were totally unfounded. And that's separate from me trying to even get this spot. That's just personal. So.
Thank you, and makes me incredibly proud to see you here today. That's a teacher's dream. Ms. Bryant, do we have Anthony Smith on the line?
We do not. There is no other candidate in the attendees list online.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you both. You're both clearly highly qualified and passionate about this, so it's nice when you make our job difficult. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you all for applying. And not selected, I hope you keep applying to other boards as well. I move that we appoint Andre Saucy to the RTS Advisory Board.
Motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco to appoint Mr. Saucy to the RTS Advisory Board. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Go ahead. I'd just like to say, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor, that before we go, Mr. Sosi and I actually are in a student group, and I will tell you that when it comes to talking about transportation planning, he is the guy I always call. You know, he likes to call me and ask me questions, and I tell him, but I'm just saying that putting him on the board would, again, be another great asset to this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers? Adam, do you have anybody?
Mr. Mayor, nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, back to the commission for a vote. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, and yeah, thank you, Mr. Ladnick, for applying, and please keep active. You're clearly a person who would serve our city well. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe that we got everyone appointed to the things that need appointing. Next item, please.
Next item is BD2, Organizational Culture Audit, Culture Assessment and Report, with recommendation that the commission review the internal auditor's report, and per recommendation number 1, the commission direct the charter officers to propose and enhance policy research process, flow, and present it to the city commission for final approval. B, per recommendations 2 to 5, that the commission direct the charter officers to work with human resources to create and implement a citywide policy management framework, enhance leadership training programs, consider approaches to internal conflict resolution assistance, and consider opportunities to support capturing employee suggestions.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. And before I recognize Ms. Bigby, I just want to personally thank all of the different members of the city organization that participated in this. We had, a little over 500 folks at all different levels and in all different parts, half GRU, half general government, different levels of the organization. I think really helped to give us a holistic understanding of both where people feel we are and where people would like us to be. I will just say, personally, and I actually, I don't know where I kept it, but when I got the results back from when I did it, they actually aligned very closely when I saw the results from the whole organization, sort of where I think we are and where I would, ideally like us to be. That gave me some comfort that, I'm not just seeing things, but also there's sort of a desire to reimagine, how we function as an organization and develop a plan to get there. Ms. Bigby, I'm just going to brag on you and your team. So much of this work was above and beyond, and I mean that in the most literal sense. Your folks were working on this on weekends, at nights, doing it because they understood how important this work is to helping us grow as an organization. Really put a lot of time and effort into getting it right. To that whole team who I just had an incredible morning with just a couple weeks ago, getting to know you a little bit better. Thank you for everything, and I think really now it's up to figuring out what this means and how we move forward with the findings from this report. So with that, Ms. Bigby, I will toss it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to share my screen. So can you see?
Yes, we're good.
PowerPoint? Okay, perfect. And I'm just going to check one thing on my share. Okay. So we did add this instead of discontinuing any of our audit engagements that were in progress. We continued executing the audit plan, and we performed this engagement with the cooperation of other senior leaders that formed our core team. So it's thanks to this team and my team that we were able to work extra hours to fit in this project. And they did it because they believed in the cause and moving forward with learning how to assess our organization's culture and finding best ways to move forward to make small changes a little at a time. Our core team was myself, Yvette Carter, the Chief Inclusion Officer, Michelle Gainey, the City Clerk, T.C. Kelly, the Director of Enterprise IT Strategy and Governance, Melissa McCready, the Director of Transportation and Mobility, Shelby Taylor, the Director of Communications and Engagement, and David Warm, the Communications Director. Then two of our core team members, Melissa McCready and Yvette Carter, became our facilitators for our workshops. So they also had to undertake additional training provided by the vendor to be able to competently lead our workshops. And here's a little snippet where they explain what this whole process is all about.
So I am Yvette Carter, and I do work here at Gainesville Regional Utilities in the Office of Inclusion.
I'm Melissa McCready. I'm the Director of Transportation and Mobility for the city. I've been here for about 2 years, and we're here and excited to talk about the organization cultural assessment that City Commission has wanted us to pursue, just to really get a snapshot of where we are today.
It doesn't take long to do, about 5 to 10 minutes.
We're just looking at ranking your thoughts, your opinions on what type of culture we have. It's not tough, it's not getting into any details, it's just getting your opinion.
What's pretty cool about it is you get to rank it on a scale to 100, and people like me who are not mathematicians, the computer adds it up for you.
Yes.
So the first couple seem a little strange because it's not what I'm used to. However, It really is simple. To ensure or test the how anonymous it was, I filled mine out as Cicely Tyson. So mine is actually no longer anonymous, but actually it is. It is anonymous.
Yes, it
But now
totally
everybody
is.
knows
Right.
that mine, I didn't use my name. I used Cicely Tyson. In the instructions, it said you can use even just letters, A, B.
Right, and I just used MM, those are my initials. And I know that when the city gets the information, it only goes to the city auditor, and it's not individual information, which has really made me feel better about taking it.
The workshops will be coming up in March. People
Yes.
will have an ability to sign up if they would like to participate.
Right.
Please participate. We would love to have all of you.
Just be an hour and a half workshop where we're just going to talk about whatever the results told us. It's really just having a conversation. It's an opportunity to share your opinion. Here's the things that I see happening in my workplace that I don't like. Here's the stuff I do like that we can build on. And so that's really what we'll be focusing the workshops on.
It's going to be fun. It will be laid back. If you've ever dealt with either of us, you know that we are straight shooters, but
serious fun.
It doesn't always go in a straight line, right? So it will
as
be
you
serious.
can tell by this conversation.
Right. So it will be serious fun,
Yeah.
and it will help move the organization forward.
So come hang out with me and Yvette. We look forward to it.
Yeah. Please. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you to our communications directors for putting that together. A quick overview of our process. In January, we agreed to this engagement. We had a couple weeks to plan it and kick it off. Commissioners wanted to know how fast we could do it, when we could re-report. So we decided to take a fast approach, do something that we could launch quickly and start moving, have a few things to work on this year, and then we could decide something more robust in future years. So we decided on the OCAI, the Organizational Culture Assessment Instrument, online, devised by a research group at University of Michigan, and the vendor is now located in the Netherlands. They serve the entire world. They have several countries that they serve and thousands and thousands of organizations, and they gave us a special public sector pricing, which was nice. So we conducted the assessment during the month of February. During that time, our facilitators took additional training. The facilitators conducted the workshops in March. They were pretty well received. People preferred the virtual meetings more, so we did have more demand than we had the ability to conduct workshops. We had initially planned on in-person meetings, so the virtual meetings were added as an afterthought, and that ended up being the preferred method. The in-person meetings, of course, were socially distanced and special care was taken for all of that. And then we took the month of April to socialize results, to aggregate results, discuss with senior leaders, charter officers, commissioners, draft the report and the findings by mid-May. And so that brings us here today. What is organizational culture? So this PowerPoint aligns with the report, and I'll try to let you know what page we're on in the organizational report if you're following along with your full report. So on page 4, we talk about definitions of organizational culture. Basically, the Society for Human Resource Management defines it as the proper way to behave within an organization. It consists of shared beliefs and values established by leaders and then communicated and reinforced through various methods, ultimately shaping employee perceptions, behaviors, and understanding. The competing values framework is a concept used by the vendor in the organizational culture assessment instrument. They define the competing values framework through collaborate, create, compete, and control competencies. The create culture promotes individual initiative and freedom. The long-term goal is to create and grow resources. The collaborate culture focuses on the needs of the people that the organization serves. Teamwork, participation, and consensus are encouraged. People and relationships matter. The control culture is cautious, conservative, predictable, reliable, and low cost. The compete culture is a results-based and emphasizes targets, deadlines, and getting things done. Within the competing values framework, the assessment asks questions that participants answered. There were 6 questions. The 6 questions were dominant characteristics. Then the questions ask varying degrees about dominant characteristics of your organization based on those 4 quadrants we just discussed. The second question was around organizational leadership. The third around management of employees. The fourth, organizational glue. The fifth, strategic emphasis. And criteria of success was the last one. When the vendor aggregates all the results from the assessment, they also make comments on congruence that you may have noticed in the vendor report. So congruence on the 6 culture aspects means that strategy, style of leadership, reward system, management of employees, and organizational characteristics are based on the same value sets and are alike. Research shows that successful organizations often have a congruent culture. They experience fewer conflicts and contradictions. On the other hand, cultural incongruence will often stimulate an awareness of the necessity of change. So when you read the 4 vendor reports with the categories that we decided to measure on, you'll see several achieved congruence, barely achieved congruence in some cases, and then some were markedly incongruent. So you can refer to the vendor reports if you want to see additional detail. This is just an example of what the graphs look like in the vendor reports. If you're able to see the color here, this lower figure is red or pinkish. It shows where participants measured our current organizational culture. So most cultures are on all the quadrants, but public sector typically leans internal toward the left. We note our current culture as being much more controlled than we would like it to be. So we would like to give up a little bit of the control and push it more towards being a more collaborative organization. And then up here in the right-hand quadrant, upper right, we see that we think we're somewhat creative and we could benefit from being a little bit more creative, but it's not statistically significant, the difference in change that we want there. So, we conducted the assessment. We had to decide on which categories, how do we want to categorize employees to report and still encourage them to take the assessment. So everyone, pretty much everyone we talked to did not want to report at the department level based on prior bad experiences with employee satisfaction surveys. So we decided to measure on government. So a participant would indicate whether they are GRU or general government, on gender. So a participant would indicate whether they're male, female, or non-binary. Labor affiliation, so the various labor affiliations within the city. And we put elected officials and charter officers into the MAPS executive bucket. And then race, ethnicity. Then based on those categories, we had total participation of 545 completed assessments. That's only about 25% of all employees. So that's a very low participation rate. Probably not so unexpected, but it indicates a very low trust culture. Then participation here is divided by the 4 categories that we just discussed. So the government, gender participation was pretty even as well. The labor union participation was very low with the fire unions, the RTS group, and CWA supervisor. Oh, and also the 2 police groups, which was also expected. The MAPS executive, we had 39 participants. That's already a very small group, so that was a fairly decent participation rate. And then the MAPS employees, 228, and CWA non-supervisor, 212. That was very good participation. So the culture workshops. We conducted a number of culture workshops. We had about 16 workshops, I believe. There were 10 participants in each workshop or that had signed up for each workshop. And then we did fit the workshops in a period of 3 weeks. We had some takeaways, so we didn't take detailed notes in the workshops. They used ground rules at the beginning of each workshop, the Chatham House rules, which indicate you can share high-level takeaways, but you cannot attribute any comments to any participant. So that worked very well. The workshops were very well received, and in fact, folks wanted more, and folks who were unable to attend have asked for some. In addition, the low participation labor groups, we have to find different ways of meeting them. Often they have changing shifts, they don't work at computers. It's very hard for them to come to an office building to attend a meeting. So we will work on ways that we can reach those groups and do different types of focus groups with them in the future. This figure here shows a different way to organizational culture. So in the shape of an iceberg, if you think of everything above sea level, so in this upper third portion, those are visible ways that we represent our organization. And they're very important. They help to set direction. However, if you look at the iceberg under the water, these are really what makes the organizations churn. So when you think about it, there's really unwritten rules, how we really get things done, norms, traditions, shared assumptions, perceptions, stories. So we perpetuate stories, whether they're accurate or not, by telling of people of our experiences, which may not represent the general opinion, but once that story is shared so many times, that becomes the perception. So if you want to influence organizational culture and make structural changes, this is where you would need to start. People need to believe in what they're doing, and then they all move together in the same direction. Other factors affecting organizational culture. So I put in this section here just to remind us of other initiatives that are going on in the city. Okay. So some of the things that the Office of Equity and Inclusion are working on include 52 senior city leadership staff attended their Government Alliance on Race and Equity training, the GARE training, called Advancing Racial Equity, the Role of Government. And I attended that training. It was excellent. It really makes you think about the different aspects of not only structural racism, but internal and external, and all the different levels of racism, how it impacts your everyday life and how it impacts your organization and things that you can do to overcome it. The Office of Equity and Inclusion established a citywide equity core team, and 24 members from key functional areas participated. Currently, the Equity Core team is going through additional GARE trainings that started in January of this year and will continue through September of this year. I'd also like to mention the GRU Inclusion Office, General Manager Ed Bilarski and Chief Inclusion Officer Yvette Carter sat down to discuss their rollout of GRU's inclusion curriculum and programming. Since 2018, 1/3 of GRU staff have gone through their inclusion training, and they hope to complete their intercultural competencies within 5 years. Team is a self-organized staff group that plans employee events, and they have a budget to plan a couple of big events, such as awards and an employee appreciation. So there was a long pause in that group due to COVID, and that also, I think, helped to negatively impact the morale of staff. That everybody felt very isolated during COVID. So I'm happy to report that that team group is up and running. They're recruiting new members. They've got some events planned already. So we're happy to see them getting things rolling for us. We also have undertaken ethics training again. We've resumed that. On behalf of HR, Internal Audit is now providing ethics training for staff and supervisors. We'll be rolling out a new video for on demand in the new training module. And we're also thinking about and planning a potential ethics training for charter officers and commissioners. And then I'd also like to mention other external factors that can really have a significant impact on our organizational culture, or external factors. The pandemic, of course, the city's fiscal health, the general fund transfer discussions, budgeting discussions, major organizational changes, such as implementation of a new enterprise resource planning system. We may not think how disruptive that can be. It's necessary, but it does significantly impact staff. Then, of course, we have external social, political, and economic factors. One of the staff in one of the groups, sorry, I don't remember which one, posted the 12 Federal Reserve Banks, the series that they're hosting on structural racism. And I checked that website out. Their recordings are long, but very good. So you might want to check those out. And then here's an overview of, most importantly, our external stakeholders. So since this is our first assessment, we didn't know how well it would be received. We did not include citizens, our neighbors. I think in a future iteration of this, it would be important to include our neighbors in our organizational culture assessments. And I saw recently, I think it was last week, our communications and engagement office presented a community engagement book that is full of excellent material and guidance for engaging with the community. So we hope that they will be a partner with us in a future organizational culture assessment. For our results, we have the assessment and workshop results. So the assessment results, I won't go into too much detail because you have 4 reports that you can view that are attached to the agenda. This is one example I pulled out. This is of the 6 competencies, this is organizational leadership. The one on the left represents all participants, and the one on the right represents the 39 MAPS executives. So charters, elected officials, and senior management. What was interesting to me in this one is that senior leaders didn't think that our culture, they thought our culture was more competitive than all the participants together thought. So that was a bit interesting. And then they wanted more control. They actually prefer our culture to be a little bit more controlling and less flexible, but all participants are saying, that's not going to happen. We don't want more control. We want more collaboration. And senior leadership did agree that more collaboration was necessary. All participants also agreed that, while not significant, we could be a little bit more creative, but the senior leaders didn't really place more emphasis on being more creative. So that was actually the opposite of results that I would have expected. Workshop takeaways, I can read a couple of these. These are just the headings, the categories that we came up with. And again, this is not statistically significant. These are just some takeaways from the 166 participants in the workshop, but they had the courage to come to the workshop in the environment that our city is under right now, and they were willing to speak up, and were not afraid of being punished or bullied by the other people that were in the workshop. So we really appreciate those folks coming forward. And again, ground rules are not, you're not here to throw your colleagues or your boss under the bus. You're here to talk about real process improvement. So if you don't have a solution, what good is it to complain if you don't offer a way to do something better? So we need to know what's not working and how might it work better. One of the buckets, appreciation. Some staff feel that only mistakes are acknowledged, but would like their successes acknowledged and appreciated. Some staff may do things that benefit their areas, but not others. Employees are the city's top resource. I think we're all well aware of that now, and I believe the commissioners appreciate that. Employees indicate they desire a friendly work environment and a family atmosphere in their departments and between GRU and general government. There are no employee town halls. There might be a good reason for that. Employees need to feel a sense of agency, and it is difficult to create that in a controlled culture. So that's important when senior leaders are asking for more control, but all the other staff are saying we want less control because we want a sense of agency and we want more collaboration. The next bucket, empowerment and support. Some staff don't feel encouraged to speak up, innovate, or problem solve. There's a general sense of lack of empowerment. Staff want to know why they are doing something. Empowerment is necessary for the organization to move toward a more collaborative culture. Communication. Some staff feel the lines of communication between departments need to be open. They feel leadership may be unwilling to compromise and their opinions are not valued. Decisions are often not communicated well to staff. Leaders should seek input from impacted staff. People have learned how to navigate the hierarchy, but it is exhausting. Information does not flow. The collaborative culture. Most organizational culture assessment results show staff want more collaboration. Staff want silos eliminated to support collaboration. Staff would like to be empowered to collaborate with employees from other areas. Encouraging relationships across the city helps build collaboration and trust. Staff could identify their counterpart in another functional area and establish a collaborative relationship. Collaboration builds teamwork. City Commission. Staff would like better communication and consistent messages. They feel tossed around. Community. Community input is necessary and important, but not a lot of the community gets involved. The loudest may not represent the majority viewpoint. Compensation. Staff would like to see more competitive pay to attract qualified talent and help retain employees. Competitive culture. While some aspects of competitive culture are beneficial, staff feels competition hinders collaboration and building of trust. Control culture. While some aspects of control culture are beneficial, too much control hinders creativity and collaboration necessary for high performance. Too much control is on page 22 of your report. Working in a military control type of environment, for those staff that do, they would like to see more empowerment and internal engagement. Education and training. Staff want access to training rather than being told it is not a priority. Staff want to become better at their jobs and would like better cross-training within and across departments. Management who establish vision need quality leadership training. Managers need better project management skills. Staff need better technical training with next level training available. All would benefit from more training to improve communication skills. Enterprise resource planning systems. Implementation can be very difficult and can negatively impact culture. Staff would like better communication and understanding how the ERP will impact their jobs. Metrics. Metrics may not result in process improvement if we don't measure the right processes or if we place too much importance on the wrong metrics. One city. Staff feel if we want to be one city, we should eliminate silos. Policies. Some staff feel policies and procedures can prevent collaboration and creativity and are not consistent across departments. Resources. Staff feel they are being asked to do more with the same or fewer resources to the point of burnout. Competition for limited resources may discourage collaboration. Strategic objectives. Some staff feel the city's direction is constantly changing. They would like stability so everyone knows what everyone is doing. Team building events. Staff would like to resume team and citywide employee events that build teamwork and collaboration. Workshop participants enjoyed participating in workshops with staff from other departments. Technology. Technology is improving communication in the city, but some staff do not have equitable access. Trust. Trust is needed for collaboration, but it takes time to build trust. Some staff feel they are not trusted to perform the work they were hired to do. Employees must be accountable to be trustworthy. Staff should bring forth solutions when discussing problems. Some staff indicate we blame negative outcomes on someone else. When an employee breaks the trust, hold the individual accountable, not the entire department or division. And again, because of our low participation rate, that could be another indication of trust, although there are certainly other factors at play. So I can briefly summarize the 5 recommendations, which are really just grouped into 2 takeaways. Mayor, should we stop for questions or should I continue?
No, let's get, because that's really the meat of the matter. So let's go ahead and get to those recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Recommendation number 1, sorry, just lost my notes here. Okay. Recommendation number 1 is the policy work research flow, and this helps to inform the policy, the policy committee. We would like to recommend some enhancements to that workflow. So we suggest that the charter officers work with the policy research group, come up with some enhancements after we have a chance to brainstorm proposed enhancements. We'll come to a consensus. Then we would like to present those enhancements to the current process flow for policy research to the City Commission for consideration and see if the City Commission would like to adopt those changes. That's recommendation A, and it is recommendation number 1. Recommendations 2 through 5 are really recommendation B, 1 item. 2 through 5, we would like to hand over to Human Resources, who would own these recommendations. Consider the programs, look at their resources. We also need to appoint our new HR director, which I don't believe has been selected yet. So they would need to be part of this process. So a little bit more detail. The second part of the human resource recommendation is to establish executive coaching program. So I spoke with some folks over at HR of what that could look like in a cost-effective manner. We do have public sector and private sector experience with executive coaching, and there are some successful models in the public sector that are cost-effective. Looking at employee leadership programs, we did have one here at the city. We'd like to reestablish that or a similar program and get that running. And then leadership should enhance the city commissioner onboarding experience. So that is already underway. They have already enhanced the city commissioner onboarding process, and we can determine if there's any additional training or ongoing training that we can provide. So that's number 2. Number 3 is also in the human resource recommendation. City leadership management should adopt a citywide policy management framework that formally establishes key requirements for all city policies. This is really important, and we can certainly help HR with this policy management framework. It helps to provide guidance for all other city policies, and it helps to ensure that city policies are more consistent across the organization, that they're relevant, that they're current, meaningful, and that they're complied with. So that's the gist behind the policy management framework. The number 4 of the human resource recommendation is considering internal or external resources for voluntary conflict resolution. Where this might be quite resource intensive, so we're not sure exactly what that would look like, but we would like an opportunity peer-to-peer for employees and senior leaders to be able to go to conflict resolution before it escalates to the point that someone files a complaint. So there are certain types of disagreements that would benefit from internal conflict resolution, and some folks just need that help of coming to agreement. And of course, I think we all know that agreement requires compromise. So if one person is not willing to understand the other person's perspective, you're not going to get anywhere. So I think that that could be a beneficial process. And then number 5 is this should be pretty easy to implement. Management should consider enhancing or creating opportunities for an intake process for employee suggestions that could look very different in all the different functional areas. So I think managers and supervisors could maybe talk with their employees and think how they might like to submit suggestions. Some folks would prefer to do it anonymously. Others would like their suggestions to be recognized. We already have on the internal audit website suggestions for audits. Anybody can go to the city auditor website and offer suggestions for audits. The city organizational culture webpage that we think will be on the human resources website will have a form where you can submit suggestions for process improvements. Communications is helping design that webpage already. People have asked for more small focus groups. So Melissa McCready and Yvette Carter have agreed to train the trainer. They're going to conduct a few more facilitator workshops, train a few other people on how to do that. And then we can have some periodic ongoing workshops or small focus groups. And eventually more people should become competent at running small focus groups. Collaboration and relationship building, and team events, which is already underway, and employee appreciation. And again, this is just a summary of our 5 takeaways grouped into 2 recommendations. And that is it. I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor and Commissioners.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Bigby. And again, thanks for the whole team. You know, this was a lot of work in a short amount of time that came back with very clear recommendations. And so that, I just can't stress enough how much I appreciate that. So hopefully everybody, you know, Ms. McCready, Ms. Carter, Mr. Herm, so everybody in that core team, thank you so much for kind of putting your foot down and getting this thing to where we can have some serious discussion and consideration today. So with that, I will recognize Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Bigby, your staff, the oversight team, and all the employees who participated. I really do appreciate it. That was a quick turnaround, and like the Mayor said, but thank you very much. Vast majorities, I think, give us a clear path forward, and I'd like us to move forward on them, especially recommendation 2 through 5. Recommendation 1, I have some concerns about kind of the policy research kind of process, and what we've had is for kind of us to be able to look into things, and it may be things that won't be done for 2 or 3 years or 5 years, or be part of our strategic plan now because it will be part of our strategic plan in like multiple years. And I'm open to having us look at it and do more, but I don't want it to be boggled down of kind of us being able to look into different policy areas, and having that freedom, I think, is important for us to work on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would echo Commissioner Santos' thoughts on that. Items 2 through 5, definitely I would like us to move forward with. Item 1, I remember the Wild West days when we didn't have the research process that we have now, and we would all just kind of make motions up here, and those motions resulted in staff having to, not research staff, but folks who are actually already busy doing their jobs, having to stop doing those jobs to do policy work for us. So I would say let's be really careful in redesigning that process, because the old process was not good. I also want to once again thank everyone who participated in this. Ms. Bigby, thank you for spearheading it, and also Ms. Gainey, and everyone who had anything to do with it, who took their time out to be a part of this process. I really appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to us being able to do more with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, so I agree that recommendations 2 to 5 are direct changes that we can make to our organization that would be helpful. I don't necessarily, I'm not opposed to the first suggestion, if only because I think it's in how you interpret it. And what I interpret most of these is that it doesn't preclude research outside of a strategic plan. It just asks us to keep those in focus when we ask for that research, and have a way of expressing how this aligns or furthers that mission of our strategic goals. I don't think it's asking for folks outside of the research department to do the research. I think it's recommending that you do speak to those departments to get their insight, because they are the subject matter experts. And I actually prefer that You know, as great as Uriah and his team are, they are not subject matters on everything. No one can be. So I do think it is good to get that input, not have them do the bulk of the research, but to at least get the input because they would know how it would practically play out if such a change were made. And I think the same goes for the estimating the resources. You can do all the research, but you don't know what the cost will be to the city of Gainesville. You can know how much it costs to do it somewhere else, but with our budget, with our priorities, how would that change? Or what would need to change to further that? I don't think it's as exclusionary as it can sound on paper, and it doesn't have to be if that's how we ask that it move forward, that it be more about collaboration than keeping it, I hate this word, keeping it in the silo of research or only in the silo of the department. Because I think Commissioner Hay Santos said it before, if we are going to make motions to move forward projects, we should know how much it costs. We should have some idea of the budget increments and what that'll look like. And I think this is what that's calling for, that in order for things to be more transparent and run smoothly, we should have that information before, and that requires that research talk to the department, the relevant department. And if that's what we mean by it, I'm perfectly comfortable doing it, because that saves everyone a lot of frustration, I feel, of high expectations or false expectations once we send stuff forward and the relevant department says, well, this is what it'll cost and this is why it can't be done. So if it's really more about that collaboration piece, I am 100% comfortable including that one in whatever motion we make. But otherwise, I think it's great. Thank you, Ms. Bigby, for tremendous work. I'm sure it was, here's a lot of pieces and how do you make it something coherent. So I really appreciate the work you and Ms. Gainey did and all the others who have participated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Likewise, for me, I think it was a really good effort, and I love to see our people who work here put so much care and love into the city, especially when we're talking about how we can improve the workplace for everybody. So I would be in agreement. I think the training recommendations are excellent. I think that working on our policy management, I think that's excellent. I won't comment on the internal conflict resolution assistance. Capturing employee suggestions, I think, is an ongoing thing that we have to be willing to take. We have a lot of change, and when there's frequent movement in positions and new people, I think it's good to have those suggestions ready to go when people get aboard, and then also if they've been here for a while. As far as the policy research workflow, I'm happy to talk about ways that we can make that workflow better. But I'm also really, really proud of where we've come. And I understand that for our organization, it was new. And it is always a big step when you start talking about how you give commissioners, elected officials rather, policy staff. And as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, there are systems where that policy staff is dedicated to elected officials. And so we're working on a system where we have a policy staff accessible to everybody, all elected officials. The collaboration can easily happen. I think we just need to figure out how we get those conversations going, because our policy staff is eager to collaborate. So I think that we can make that happen with these recommendations. So I just want to thank everybody who took the time to submit their thoughts. And let's move forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And Commissioner Sacco, I agree we need to know what the projects cost and all that. I guess I think there's different stages. Like there are times where I've had research done and wanted to look into it, and then I come back and like, well, that was a dumb idea. And I think there are different steps. I don't want all that effort that would take to do a bunch of finding out what the costs are and all of that, because I realized early on it was not a good idea and we should stop going there. So I think that ability to explore things helps, to Commissioner Ward's point, helps save a lot of staff time, because before you came on, we would say crazy stuff all the time here. We did.
Sorry.
We don't do that anymore. No, we're all perfect now. But we would ask staff to go look at stuff all the time with different things, and I want to make sure we don't use up all those resources. But I do want us to be able to have the freedom to look into things. And maybe one of the project proposals is for us to get rid of a department and stuff like that too. And now we're asking, I mean, yes, good to have their feedback, but also there's like that conflict as well. So I think it's important for us to have some independence. I do think collaboration is important. I know that's in the past, there's been issues of not getting that kind of collaboration back. So if that can be worked on, I think that's great. So I'll see the lights. I'll move that we accept recommendations 2 through 5, and that we also move forward on 1, but make sure that it still leaves a lot of flexibility for commissioners.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Ward to essentially move forward with all the recommendations, I think with a little addendum to recommendation 1. Ms. Bigby?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just wanted to clarify that I agree with all of you, and the number 1 enhancements were not meant to change really any part of the process, but are there some additional tweaks that we could suggest within the existing process flow that might help to streamline? But all of the points that you made are very good points, and they are already in the existing process flow. So once the charters have a chance to brainstorm later this month, we'll propose where those enhancements might occur in the process, and you would still have another opportunity to reject the proposed enhancements. So you're just agreeing now that we'll propose something that we all agree to. And it won't change the overall overarching process.
Right, yeah, thank you, Ms. Bigby. I think that the key word in there is enhanced research process flow. Not eliminating it or replacing it with something else, but just figure out how to make it better. And I think it is worth noting that that sort of office and process is very, very young. I mean, we had Lindsay in there for about a year, and that that was a creation between her and Miss Gainey on figuring out how to do it. And then, of course, she left and Zariah came in. And for most of your tenure, Zariah, it's been COVID. So it's been a really unusual sort of role. You're not able to like sit down individually with commissioners. I think that will soon change. But anyway, I feel like we're at a very good point in the kind of evolution of that function. We've learned what works, what doesn't work. I think there's a lot about that process that we as commissioners don't see, from the staff perspective that, could really be improved. And certainly in some conversations I've had with different senior management charters, there are some things I think that can definitely work better. For everybody. And I think that's the kind of stuff we're going to get back once the charters are able to really sit down and focus specifically on this. For the other 5, I really just want to, again, thank all of the participants that answered these questions. I think what this did was give me specific feedback and data that validated assumptions or kind of whispers that I'd heard. So I just, when this initially came out and I saw the first pass of it, Ms. Bigby, like immediately I said, I know it's COVID and everything else, but I need to get out there again. Like I need to get out into the organization. I need to meet with the folks at all levels, and introduce myself. Or reintroduce myself and allow them an opportunity to share with me what their concerns are or their ideas, their opportunities. The conflict resolution is so critical. I mean, it's really, I think we have really done ourselves a significant disservice. An organization of our size and complexity to not have a really well ingrained, entrenched sort of mediation process or conflict resolution process, that's been a huge missed opportunity. And most organizations our size not only have that, but it's a really respected part of the organization, and it really allows for growth and understanding and just better relationships. And so, I mean, those are two that really jumped out. But all of them, I mean, they're going to take work. I mean, these are obviously not. When you're talking about culture change, it's you know, it doesn't happen overnight. I'm sorry to be so sort of euphemistic about it, but we're also not like so off between where we are and where our folks want to be. I mean, it's not it's not like 180 degrees off. It's just going to take a little bit of nudging and shifting and just being focused and determined to make it happen. And so, you know, it's not it might be uncomfortable, but it's not difficult for folks on this dais and senior management to give up a little bit of control in exchange for increased collaboration. Like that's it. Again, it might be uncomfortable, but it's not difficult. And we don't have to move the dial too much to, I think, get where most of our folks said that they would like to be. And so, you know, the work starts today. I mean, that's it. It just starts today. We'll vote on this and hopefully approve these recommendations. And then, you know, I think we'll expect two things from the team. One is some regular updates on how things are going. And two, some advice on how we can help, how we can do our part to, you know, help make sure that this is successful and effective. And so, you know, beyond that from the motion, I hope that's a commitment that the charters and everyone else can make to sort of include us in being part of that solution. So with that, we have a motion on the floor to approve the recommendations. I will open it up to members of the public. We'll start with anybody in the chambers. Mr. Shepard.
Yes, my name is John Shepard. I'm People's Representative, running for mayorship in 2022. And I welcome this leadership. And I've taken, look forward to having people of this aptitude to come to the city commissioners and mayors and give their input. But I think there's security aspects that need to be addressed of this, and how we keep the security of our city's information quiet, and what stuff is available. The public already knows, but to look at those aspects also, which I didn't hear in this meeting of this program. And I didn't hear a phone number, or I'd like to have them contact me in reserve of this so that we can keep this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, do you have anybody online?
Sure do, Mr. Mayor. First up is Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Ray. And thank you, commissioners and folks at home, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd like to put a special thank you out there to our city auditor, Virginia Bigby, for great report. I would encourage folks to look at the other items that are part of this agenda item today to see the full detail. But it's obvious that she has identified once again the problems in the city that stem from the 12 years of leadership of Mayor Powell, who, you know, says that he's got to get to know people and they've got to get to know him. But I think it's probably more important to go home and get to know his family. The type of knowing him who's spread around at City Hall has been going on way too long. And I'd especially like to thank Ms. Bigby for page 10 of the report. You go to that item, it shows the iceberg, and it makes it clear what's going on in our community, all of the subterfuge that's not seen by people that are just casual observers of the local government. And this is what's going to contribute to the sinking of the ship of the city finances. Lusitania is going down, the excessive debt is working, and Mayor Poe is still full speed ahead with all the ridiculous, frivolous spending and borrowing. So, you know, it's a really good report, and it does a great job of showing the iceberg that is taking down the ship of Lusitania, which represents our city. Very sad, and I strongly recommend changing leadership at the top, which is the real problem. The employees are suffering under this, and the discrimination and the torment is well documented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Yes, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the motion and the agenda item, I think what's being lost in the discussion is that the city manager, along with the Gainesville City Commission, has cultivated a culture of fear, distrust, dysfunction, toxicity, and retaliation in city government. You know, we spend a lot of time doing this cultural resource assessment, and it seems to have some sort of direct correlation with the growing public outrage on how you continue to mismanage the city and how you continue to ignore your constituents and how you continue to ignore the concerns of city staff employees and how you continue to fiscally irresponsibly or waste money in a fiscally irresponsible manner. You know, we heard some comments in the report. Some staff indicate this could be evidence of, you notice frequent mention the word exhausting and tiring. Yeah, staff is probably tired because you give them all kinds of nonsensical things to do that have really nothing to do with good governance and managing the core city functions, which clearly your negligence, malfeasance, and ongoing mismanagement of GRU has caused great financial harm to GRU customers and the citizen Gainesville alike. And so, again, I have sympathy for staff because, I mean, frankly, it would be exhausting to have to sit through all your meetings, exhausting to have to listen to you guys constantly banter about things, and you wonder why you're losing people and why people are upset. I mean, I don't know why a city the size of Gainesville feels it has a need or a right to expend taxpayer money on having a policy group. You can't even manage what you have now, as evidenced by 5 GRU debt downgrades since 2012, costing GRU customers $60 million of financial harm. You had the opportunity to take action in spite of numerous concerns raised by the city manager, against numerous allegations against city manager conduct, and your solution was, oh, we're going to ignore all these people, they just must not know what they're talking about, and we're going to send him to re-education camp. Has he even gone to that training yet? Or was that just swept under the rug also? So you have a systemic problem, it's an internal problem, it's like cancer. But make no mistake, commissioners, part of that, the majority of that is on the commission. Because the city manager implements your policies and tries to keep his job with 4 votes. But, you know, I empathize with staff because they are tired, and they should be, because you run them ragged doing a bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with core governance. Thank you.
Adam, you got anybody else?
Sure do, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Grundy Gomez, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Several facts I want to talk about. Most importantly, what Ginger did not bring up in this is that not one person from the team of the Office of Equity and Inclusion was included in this, involved in this, which is another sign of dysfunction, and human resources was not on the team either. Secondly, you don't launch a culture audit because your city manager was under federal investigation. Two, an investigation in which our city manager, Lee Feldman, was found to be at fault, and the city commission blamed the workforce of the city. That's a problem. And thirdly, less than a third of the workforce participated, which by itself exposes a problem. Four, if the culture is toxic, bigoted, retaliatory, and racist. Five, some of the recommendations seem to be a thinly veiled attempt to circumvent the filing or an attempt to file a circumvent an EEO complaint. And then you have one of the recommendations, I think what we were talking about was somebody from GRU. Yvette Carter does not have the training or experience at the EEO office, nor the inclusion and training and institutional knowledge, which again is bypassing that office. So did we need a study to tell us all that? No, we didn't need a study to tell us that when you had plans to do nothing. You do studies when you have plans to do nothing. And you all can create all the videos you want, like you were presented just now, but you cannot mask dysfunction. We don't need a whitewashed audit to translate watching Black people walk out the organization for retaliation. And then finally, I don't know how much you spent for this study, which was a foreign study, an out of the country. You spent for a company out of the country. You need to tell me nobody in the state of Florida and nobody in the United States could have conducted this? That is interesting to me, commissioners. But again, that's really rich. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez. Mr. Mayor, back over to you.
Okay, we don't have anybody else in chamber, Adam. Is there anybody else on the line?
Don't have anybody here either. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you all very much. Ms. Bigby, you said later this month with charters for the first one. Do you just, I'm not going to hold you to any firm dates here, but can you give us an idea of like timeline for these 5 recommendations, 5 + 1?
Yes, sure, Mayor and Commissioners. The HR items 2 through 5 will be dependent upon appointing the new HR director, I believe, but Mr. Varvel has already started on some of those processes. So we can provide you an update on those 2 through 5. Number 1, late June, we already have a charter officer meeting scheduled to get that going.
Great. Okay.
So if the discussion goes well, we can create a flow chart that might identify some enhancements to the existing process and socialize that with you for your consideration.
Okay. Very good. I really appreciate that. Mr. Varvel, just if there's anything that needs to come back to the commission, you know what to do. Just get it back before us if there's a decision point that you come across. Otherwise, we trust you to keep that work moving forward until we have a new permanent HR director. With that, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Johnson and Duncan Walker absent. All right, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is BD3. Commissioner David Ariola, City Commission travel budget with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to see if the commission was interested in revisiting a discussion. I can't remember. I believe it was Commissioner Johnson. I may be wrong, but a while ago, pre-pandemic, the idea was about these travel budgets that we're given and whether or not they could be broadened in terms of what they could be used for, in terms of services for constituents, or somebody mentioned to me in a conversation I was having, charitable donations, because nobody traveled last year, and so that money unused just goes into the, as I understand, the reserves. But I think that we as commissioners could make good effect in our communities by just broadening what that budget can be used for. And of course, we would make no final decisions. Of course, we'd still have to go through the purchasing policies and get approval to make sure that, the money is being spent appropriately. But I just, I don't think travel is going to be all the rage anymore, for obvious reasons. So yeah, I just want to know if anyone's interested in that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Commissioner Ariola, for bringing this forward. It's something I do support, and I've talked with other people in different cities. And I think there are other things that you can bring in speakers or hold constituent events. I think just having it in a broader thing that could be used for not just just for travel and conferences, but more just how can we be better commissioners and whatever that might be. I would have issues with charitable donations. I don't think it should be used for that. But I do think if it's in the line of either commissioner training, travel, constituent services, bringing speakers, policy work, I think in those realms, I would be supportive of it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I didn't get to travel my first year, so I know exactly where my money went. But I guess because I haven't been able to travel or use any of those funds, is there there has to be, is there a way to get to me the policy of what this looks like what we currently have and what those limitations are? Is it written down somewhere? It is not written down somewhere. Great. Okay. So I think it's difficult to move forward to a new thing if we don't have anything written down. So if we do move forward, I think it should be in writing so that we do know the limitations and definitions of what those are. Just because otherwise we don't know. Any one of us wouldn't know. Any new commissioner would not know if what qualifies as a constituent service. Would it be a town hall? Can it be a talk? Can it be a guest speaker? It's very fluid. And so if we move forward, I politely request that it be in writing for the sake of clarity. Yeah, seeing how I don't, basing it off comments of my colleagues, I'm assuming it doesn't allow for guest speakers and town halls and things of that nature. That said, I am in favor of being able to use that. I don't see how I can go to $5,000 worth of conferences in a year. I mean, I could, but I don't think there are conferences out there, but I don't think they would be relevant, helpful experiences to my job. That said, I am in agreement of moving forward with broadening to some extent, but I would like things well defined for the sake of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thanks, and yeah, I completely, I didn't want to go through having, Zariah's great research team go through all this if there was no interest, because to me it is a simple policy change, but to your point, there needs to be a written policy for it. So that's all I'm asking, is just that we would ask for that written policy to be drafted. I'm not asking for us to change that policy today, but I just wanted to bring up discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos. Oh, Ward, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would like to see our research team come back with what other cities do, other Florida cities do, and get a policy actually in writing for this. So I would move to refer this to policy.
Is there a second? Okay, motion and a second. Yeah, I'm interested in expanding the allowable uses of those funds. One thing I have learned, and I think a lot of folks, you might have different perspective. We'll be a sec, you can have a seat. I prefer if you said. I would prefer if you said. Okay, then not there. You can stand over by the wall.
This isn't a public forum. You can't tell me where to stand.
Yeah, it's disruptive.
It's not.
You're disrupting now.
I'm being disrupted. Okay? All you gotta do is stand over there, man. That's all. Okay. You're disrupting the meeting. You're not allowing for the orderly conducting of our business. I just need you to not stand right there. It's intimidating.
Oh, it's intimidating?
It is.
Really? Are you that much of a snowflake?
Name calling doesn't help. Thank you. So for the travel portion, I think that a lot of us have learned what webinars and virtual meetings can be used well for and what they are very bad for. And so one-on-one meetings, small group meetings, meetings where it's sort of one-way informational, I think that will continue. I think we found a lot of value in that. For interactive meetings where you're sharing ideas, where you're having more complex discussions, where you're learning in a dynamic environment, that's going to continue. I know with the work I did with the other cities on the diversion deflection efforts, that would not have happened over Zoom. Like we had to get together several times a year and share updates and information and sort of troubleshoot with each other to get to the outcomes that we had. You know, I don't know where you would have landed, Commissioner Johnson, with the participation of GARE and bringing them into our processes, if that would have been like a series of emails or virtual meetings. You know, those being in an environment face to face with people is important. You know, it's important to continue that. At the same time, if there is not work that you're doing on behalf of our neighbors that requires travel, to not be allowed to bring in folks or to host community forums and provide a little childcare and sustenance to make sure people can actually attend, that's an equally agreeable use of those funds to me. You know, I think we were really trying to do more of that, honestly, at Commissioner Johnson's urging and leadership early on in our first term, to try to get childcare and food so people could get off work and be able to do those things. And so, I mean, I'll just go ahead and say, as an organization, we need to try to do that more often with more of our meetings, and we'll get a more diverse group of participants. But we as commissioners, I think, too, you know, should be able to do that. And it might also include, you know, getting a group together from different cities in the state and having a roundtable on, you know, important issues. So anyway, I think it's a worthwhile discussion to look at sort of expanding the allowable uses for that. And then just give each elected official the discretion of how to best expend that very small amount of money to help serve the neighbors in a way that aligns with you know, their role as a city commissioner. So with that, I will go back. Sorry, glasses. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping we can, just like a 2 or 3 paragraph like policy, and just having the clerk just go draft something and bring it back instead of having the policy research staff do whole things like that. I mean, I think it's relatively good. I'll support having the clerk's office just draft something and bring it back to the commission. I don't think we need to have a whole policy research staff move forward on it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. Commissioner Ariel?
Yeah, I would be okay with that too, but I'm just a seconder of the motion.
So let's refer it and see what we get back.
Yeah.
The intent that it not be a super deep discussion. That's okay.
I'm okay with that.
It goes to the clerk's office either way. So.
Right. Yeah. Just like the last item, right? It's still in the first, that first point that we were debating about. Okay, well, I'd just like to state just to add, while they're considering that, I'd also like to look at potentially being able to pay interns. I think that would also be good. I think they do a lot of work for us. The travel budget? Yeah, just a broader print. I just want us to consider, as Harvey said, just a lot of different ways that we can serve our communities out of those budgets. Because the whole philosophy behind the travel budget is that you are traveling in service of the government, in service of your community. So apply that same principle to other notions. I think you get the same discussion.
Okay. Mr. Mann?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, to Commissioner Ariola's point, obviously we didn't spend hardly any of our travel budget last year because of the COVID issue, and I'm just now starting to see things for in-person travel. But one of the things I would recommend is that we move forward with this policy. We also include our budget director to make sure we're doing the correct policies and things.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think, you know, the clerk's office can reach out to whatever relevant staff are necessary to make sure that kind of goes back to the motion we just approved. One of the recommendations is to look at our policies and application of them, and so I think that aligns well with that as well. Thanks for bringing that point up, Mr. Mann. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We'll open it up for public comment. Anybody in the chambers first? Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scopp. I'm sorry if my presence at the podium intimidates you. Certainly that was not my intention, but I guess you feel under siege for all the right reasons. So first and foremost, I want to state that this taxpayer money is our money. It's not your money. It's taxpayer money. You don't have to spend it, but you don't seem to understand that. But you do love spending our taxpayer money. I noticed Commissioner Johnson walked out. I guess she didn't want to hear what I had to say. Very disappointing. No, instead of wasting taxpayer money on your wish list, why don't you simply use the 5,000 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, $35,000. Why don't you use that money to do something constructive, like help pay off GRU's $1.7 billion in outstanding debt? Yeah, it wouldn't move the needle, but it would help. But you guys have this tremendous sense of entitlement with taxpayer money. You sit there and basically trounce upon constitutional rights of free speech, moderating the content of the speech. You tell me in an open forum where I can stand and where I cannot stand because you're intimidated, notwithstanding the fact that we're probably at least 12 feet away. Wow, I must use the force. May the force be with you. I'm like Baby Yoda going, woo! But again, I don't understand you guys because you have no fiscal responsibility. None whatsoever. The fact that we're even taking time to talk about this, the fact that you're sending this to a policy committee that is a complete waste of taxpayer money, doesn't faze you guys. What is it about a 2-notch debt downgrade that costs GRU customers another $32 million in additional borrowing costs on top of the $27.6 million and counting of the costs from the prior debt downgrades, all of which happened during your tenure, Mayor Poe, in less than a decade, with downgrades 6 and 7 hanging in the balance, and you want to waste taxpayer time and money and taxpayer resources and staff time talking about this nonsense so you can serve your own special interests? You guys have utterly lost touch with reality. I don't know how otherwise to put it. You guys may be nice people, but clearly you guys think you're operating under some mandate from the people that doesn't exist, because let's do some math. 13% of registered voters in the city of Gainesville vote, okay? So for you to get elected, whether it be a district race, which is probably 3 to 4% of registered voters, or a citywide race at most 8% of registered voters, is not a mandate to do whatever you want to. You need to be good stewards of taxpayer money, take off the mask, get back to normal, and find common sense again, because it's not present in this chamber. Thank you.
Adam, do you have anybody?
Sure do. First up is Ms. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you so much, Larry. My name is Debbie Martinez. Mr. Mayor, last time I heard you talk about wanting to spend more time with your family, you ended up running for mayor instead. What will Teacher Poe do next? In the 13 years you have been serving on the city commission, you have created one financial disaster after another, causing the commission to work longer hours trying to clean up the messes you and other commissioners create. We have lower income people living in mold-infested homes because they can no longer afford to turn on their air conditioners because members of the city commission continue to grossly mismanage GRU with the biomass forest burning incinerator plant. Really, commissioners? More travel junkets when Zoom meetings are alive and well and GRU is sitting on a mountain of debt due to Mayor Poe's failed leadership? Instead of helping GRU customers, our residents, by cutting your spending, you waste time talking about more ways to hightail it out of town on a jet plane, living the good life on taxpayers' money, our money, eating high on the hog in restaurants, resting your head in first-class hotels while Gainesville burns. Jet setting is not a priority. All this spending ends up on the backs of the poor. It is regressive and hurts lower-income people the most. Even GRU general manager knows your spending is out of control. This is a disaster of your own making. Please forget all the fancy travel, stay home, do your jobs, and get your financial house in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Mayor, back over to you.
Mr. Shepherd, did you have any comments? Go ahead.
My name is Donald Shepherd, the People's Representative. 12 years I came to the City Commission on bicycle, walking, and I'm not a rich person. I'm one of these people Mr. Martinez speaks about. They live without air conditioning, live without furniture, live without clothing. But I'm here for the people. How many people out there are taking that initiative? Where's the heart of them? It's spoiled because they are following the Democratic rule of this city. If they were following the Republican rules of this city, then our city would be in control. Donald Trump has took and proved that. Certain people choose not to listen to that. This is exactly what we're getting here. We're not getting listened to. If you had listened to the people who were called here, if you listened to the people who stepped to the podium, you listened to this young man but sitting in the audience, Mr. Nathan Scott, who's an attorney, who is not no stupid person. He's well educated. He has tried his best to advocate in your behalf. He's tried his best to take and let the people know what is right and what is wrong, and the same as I. But we stand here like we're invisible. Why is it that a mayor has to take this on and take this hardship? I'm yet to understand that. I'm yet to understand why individuals can take and feel free to, blame the mayor for this. This is not all the mayor's fault. This is everybody who works for the city fault. And it is something simple as a checkbook. If you balanced your checkbook, then this problem wouldn't be. And I'm going to take and do my best, and if I get into office, to take and balance this within a year to 2 year time. I'm going to take and bring our utilities down to a rate where we can take and have money to go to the beach, go to the parks, go to the theater. We can have money to take and come to the city commission. We don't have to ride bicycles like I am because we can't afford to drive our vehicles. We can't afford to pay for air conditioning. We can't afford to pay for these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Anybody else?
Yep, we have a couple more people here. Next up is Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, Larry. Commissioners, I, again, just flummoxed that you all are talking about redefining what spending is on a travel budget. I guess I shouldn't be given the current mayor and prior mayor Hanrahan's constant redefining of terms everywhere where they could go ahead and do whatever they want to do regardless of the needs of the citizens of Gainesville. But redefining what a travel expense is just beyond the pale. Especially interesting that it would come right on the heels of a culture report that shows that it's a runaway bully culture there at City Hall. I mean, it's not a lot different than last week when you were given a presentation on community engagement where Dr. Wolf told me, people they're not being listened to. They don't feel like their engagement is being listened to because you do whatever you want. So, it shouldn't be a surprise, but I guess it is continually to be disappointed over and over again by the same folks that are supposed to be leading the city. It's such a poor example that you would ask for this on your way to the airport to go spend 3 weeks. The only city commission as a small town ever to take 3 weeks off in the middle of a budget crisis. Shocking, and I just am so disappointed in the leadership at the center of the table there. But I agree with the lady earlier. It's a wonderful thing for the students of Santa Fe to no longer be taught economics by a high school teacher posing as a professor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
We don't have anybody else in chambers.
All right, we do have one more caller here. It looks like, actually we have two. Mr. Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question for you, Mr. Mayor, and I guess I would just address it to you. I don't know what, I wanted to get clarity on understanding what David was asking for an increase in the travel budget. I think this is a paltry amount. At the end of the day, $35,000 is not going to fix the budget woes, but normally David will not answer or respond to citizens when we ask him questions. So I'll ask you, Mr. Mayor, can you provide some context and clarity on exactly what he's asking for within the 5,000, and I'll answer the rest of my questions. And then 2 is, Mr. Mayor, some of the budget woes, I guess we're talking about them, but in the context and scheme of things, you know, I guess one of the gentlemen earlier, Mr. Mayor, was coming up there and talking. It seems like we're looking at the wrong things to look at. My concern is that if we're focused on quote unquote GRU or whatever we're focused on, which is not necessarily germane to this topic, but it seems to me that we should be paying attention to the manager who we pay $336,000 a year to, and get from him on what we should have in decrements when it comes to the overall budget. But in the scheme of things, $5,000 for each of you is $35,000. We're not fixing any budgetary woes. And one of the callers, Mr. Mayor, seems to keep thinking that somehow she seems to infer that all Black people are poor, and that's unfortunate too, because that's not an accurate depiction. It's so unfortunate because I hear that rhetoric all the time from that caller. But Mr. Mayor, I would encourage us to have fiscal prudence and discipline as best we can. I get it that some folks want to focus on every little thing, and they're going to think that you know, because you purchased 2-ply toilet paper, that's going to affect the budget. There's a lot of things. I mean, we could talk about the firefighters' recent thing. We could talk about a city department that gets 1% of the city budget. The Reichert House is the only one that gets 1% of the city budget, which is $1.2 million. There's lots of things we could talk about in the budget, but $5,000 isn't fixing anything. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez. We have one more caller, Mary Lou Hildred.
Thank you. Never mind. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
One more caller.
Hi, how'd you know it was me?
Yep.
Hi,
Hildreth,
good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So today's been a real uncivil demonstration of a few people in this community that constantly do this, and I'm sitting here literally shaking. I could never sit up on that dais because I would jump over it and punch somebody right in the nose personally. But what I'm calling about is the travel issue. You know, I've probably been in all my years in elected office and as a staff, I've probably been to more conferences than all of you guys combined. And they are fabulous in person for networking, meeting other elected officials, legislators, education on all kinds of topics, especially what's coming down the pipes in Tallahassee. And you work as a unified group, especially with the Florida League of Cities, which was like one of my best sources when I first became mayor. And for new people like Commissioner Sacco, if you have the opportunity, go to the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials. You know, people that have never been in that position, you know, there's just so much to learn about policy making and budget and just a slew of things. And all of us in municipal government I'm going to my clerk conferences. The manager has their manager conference. We have records management, code enforcement. These are all to benefit your neighbors. And I do agree, though, that I don't think that charity should be a thing, but I do think we need a written policy. So, when I was mayor in Keystone, I had $5,000 a year in a travel budget. And even here as a clerk, I have like $3,500. It's not cheap, but, it's continuing education because things are constantly changing in our state, federal, and local government. And I think it's important, and you can't do everything by Zoom, and you can't do everything by webinar, although we've been living on that for the past year and a half. And you make, invaluable contacts that can help you, that you can reach out to other cities. So I fully support it. I do think it should be in writing. And God bless all of you, especially you, Mayor Poe. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth. Mr. Mayor, back to you, and my apologies for cutting you off.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Armando Grani Gomez's question, that there is no proposed increase in the budget. The question that we're asking to come back to us is how we could recraft the policy to allow for greater diversity of uses other than travel. And the amount has not been suggested to change. Seeing no further lights, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is commission comment.
Okay, any commissioners have any comment? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been in touch with the pro bono team that is going to that could be representing the city in HB1. And I was looking at the dates, and it looks like we asked them to come back within 30 days. And that puts us at right around exactly at the break, actually. It puts us at Friday, June 18th. So without objection, if we could schedule the time for them to present the draft complaint at the very first city commission meeting when we get back on July 15th, that would be ideal for all parties.
Yeah. That's
okay, great.
Any
Thanks.
objection? Yeah, that's fine. I think when we said that, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. And I don't think the 30 days is as important as the product. So, yeah, I'm happy to get that back. And you're good to communicate with them and let them know. That's good. Okay, thank you. Was that the only item?
That was it. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I hope you all have had the opportunity to be briefed either by the city manager or by people in the community to talk about the idea that the University of Florida, UF Health, has answered a call from this community to introduce the idea for a urgent care center next to the GTech facility. If you've not, I'll just give you the briefs on it. We're talking 10,000 square feet, 8 to 8, 7 days a week, and the University of Florida is ready to go. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because time happens to be of the essence. We have 2 more meetings in June. After that, we don't have any more scheduled meetings. So I think the time for silence is done. I think we have to show commitment. And I spoke with both our city manager and the county manager and had great conversations. I spoke with representatives from UF Health, had great conversations. And so I think that what we need to do is give direction from this body. I would like for us to be able to do that in 2 weeks when we can have our 7th commissioner here with us as well. But I think that we as a commission need to be in full support of this. The ask, as far as I could tell, was for the local governments, the county and the city, to construct the building, and then the University of Florida would operate it at a loss, and maybe one day at a profit, but they'd be operating it for better or worse. The reason why I am asking for us to have this discussion is because when I was doing the tour at the potential grocery site and had a view of the whole area with G-Tech. And I just, my eyes just saw transformation. And this particular project is one of the transformational pieces, I think, that this city has ever had the opportunity to see. And so I think the city has to be fully behind it. I want to give full credit to Commissioner Gigi Simmons, whose efforts really led us here, and all of her efforts to drive the UF Health leaders to see the value in providing 7-day urgent care in East Gainesville. And we have gotten there now. So it comes down to what is our commitment money-wise, because they're willing to run it. I did speak to the chair of the county commission and one other county commissioner. I believe there is appetite for us to go even Stevens on this, and to just split that capital cost 2 ways between the city and the county. And that's what I'd like us to do. So what I would like to do is to give direction to our city manager, to authorize the city manager to negotiate with Alachua County and UF Health to come to an agreement that would be a 50-50 split for the capital costs of this, and that we bring that back on the June 17th and have a discussion on it. And if they're able to get pen to paper by then, that'd be even more brilliant. But I don't pretend to know that will happen. So I'm just really excited about this. I think that this is something that when I was speaking to Wendy Resnick, I was saying, I can't imagine, nobody can imagine the transformation that will happen decades from now once this gets done and once we move with our other vision and our other projects that we're committed to. But Wendy did not communicate to me that she knew that the city was all in. And so I want the city to be all in. The fact that one of our commissioners helped get us here, I think, is a testament to that. And I love both our Gigi and Desmond. And so I think this is a huge win for all of us, for District 1, but for the entire community, for both boards. And the reason why I say time is of the essence is because UF sounded like they could move on this in a few months. And we've got, unfortunately, the recess coming up, which is a good policy, but the timing was just wrong for this particular item. So we need to be all in on that. And I want to have a discussion before I put that motion on the floor, because I think this is the time for that kind of direction.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, I'm supportive of the city being a part of it. I don't think anybody up here is going to disagree with that, but I need to know what the dollar signs are before I use a phrase like all in. I absolutely want us to do it, but it all depends on what the actual numbers on the page are, and we don't have numbers on the page right now. And with the So I'd be willing for us to go it alone with UF, but I would certainly rather have the county's equal participation on it, particularly given that it is going to serve a whole lot of people who do not live in the city of Gainesville. Geographically, I would like the whole Hawthorne Road corridor going out as far as it's heavily populated to, in the not distant future, be a part of the city of Gainesville. But as long as it is what it is, I would really hope that the county would be willing to be involved, and I'm sure that they will be. We just need to see what the dollar figures are. So yeah, I would love to get a term sheet of sorts back at the next meeting. I think that would be really, really useful. I can't imagine that we would not be fully supportive of it, but before I use a phrase like all, I want to see what the numbers are. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for our next joint city-county meeting, and I'm just not finding it quickly. That's the mediation meeting, yeah. So, look, I've had the same conversations I think all of you have had. You know, I think it is I very much want us to explore what a three-way relationship would look like with UF Health and the county. I don't understand a 2-week urgency. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. We need to understand what it costs, and I'm not, like, just that's important. And we need a commitment from the county. So I think that's in UF Health's hands right now. I mean, they are the ones that need to tell us what a facility of that nature costs to build. We don't know. So when they do that, I assume they will share that information with the city manager and the county manager. They can then incorporate that into a budget recommendation, including, we have some funds available that were not available a few months ago that could be potential sources. I don't want to get into the source of the funds. I think our staffs can come back with some options on that. And then have a discussion at the joint meeting about it. In other words, Commissioner, I don't know what we talk about in 2 weeks. Because we don't know the county's commitment and we don't know the dollar figure, I don't think UF's going to have that ready by then. They might have an estimate, but they're not going to have. Okay,
I hear you.
So I don't. I would rather have firm numbers and put it on the joint city-county meeting for us to approve collaboratively, so then UF knows everybody's in, we've identified the revenue source for it, and we have a timeline of when we can expect it to happen. So, I'm excited about it too. I'll still be excited in 2 weeks, and I'll still be excited at the joint meeting that we have after the break. And I don't think that throws the timeline off. I don't think UF's going to say we're not going to do it because of those couple weeks in between that. And I can try to get a hold of Ed Jimenez during the break and find out if that's a deal breaker or not.
I tried getting a hold of Ed too. Busy guy. So
He did not express that urgency to me when I talked to him a couple weeks ago. Okay. He said they're excited, they're planning, but he did not give me any sort of we need to know by the end of July or anything like that.
Okay. That's fair. And I know members from UF are watching, so I want to be very clear that I understand that we have partners with the county. My conversation went really well. I think we're there. I think the partnership is there. I'm perfectly willing to go with this recommendation that we have this, but I will share too many moving parts may not appear to be a problem. But I'm okay with waiting. So it's if the 16th is the mediation in June, are we going to have a discussion about this then as well?
No, that's not a joint meeting. That's a legal process. So it'll be at our next joint meeting. Chair Cornell and I met along with the managers and agreed that it was important that we wait to have our next joint meeting until after that mediation is done. And so we have one scheduled. I'm sorry, I didn't find it quickly on my calendar, but we have one this summer.
Okay. Well, what message can we give today then that is going to tell both the county and the University of Florida that we are committed to this? Because I really want that to be the message, that's the direction that's going to come from the City Commission, that the City Commission is going to direct to get involved with this. If the estimate is not enough for you to feel comfortable with a price, that's I can respect that's where you are as a commissioner. But I'll be frank. This project to me is so far above all of the arguments that we have with the county that I would be so very, very disappointed if that's where we went with the county with arguments, which is why I reached out to the manager, and it's why I reached out to Chair Cornell, because I believe that this is, to me, a unanimous vote for both commissions. Once we figure out the final number, I really do think we should just split it 50-50, and I think that's the most equitable way to do it. We've done that before with the county, and so can we just have this discussion at that next joint meeting? I would like for us to have this discussion as a full commission before we take any of those measures, but the impression that I have gotten is that we need to give that clear direction, and that has to happen sooner than later. So that's why I brought it up today, and because, you know, honestly, I'm giddy about it. You know, there's just nothing in the world that would be more amazing than us completing our vision in that GTEC space, and that includes this.
Yeah, I hear you. It's exciting. UF would not commit to us, right? If the terms were the opposite, until we gave them solid numbers on paper. You know, they would say, well, we're interested, but we need to hear it. So that level of analysis needs to be done, and UF knows that. They know that. They know we're not going to sort of blindly agree to anything before our budget staff's able to go over it, and we're able to identify. I mean, this is unbudgeted, right? So we've got to find the money for it, and we've got to commit to it. So
I completely, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, there is still time for all that to happen, and look, I'll have a conversation with Brad Pollitt and Ed Jimenez, and if there's any indication that somehow they're on such a fast track that they can't wait 6 weeks, then I'll put it on the agenda. But I just cannot imagine that's the case, based on the conversations I've had with both of them.
That's acceptable. That's
okay.
Acceptable. I forgot what I was going to say. I'll remember it.
Okay. I'll follow up with that conversation just to ensure that we're okay. Any other commission comment? Okay. We will then be in recess until 5:30. Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. This is the regular City Commission meeting, June 3rd, 2021. We're happy to have you all with us. Madam Clerk, if you could please introduce our next item.
Our first item is a Pledge of Allegiance.
So please join me if you're willing and able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the special recognition and presentation of Executive Fire Officer Certificate to Joseph Sean Hillhouse, Assistant Fire Chief.
Okay, thank you, Chief Dixon, Assistant Chief Hillhouse. We're thrilled to have you with us this evening for this recognition. Quite an achievement. And so with that, Chief, if you want to take it away. And Chief, this may be the first time that many of our viewers have seen or met you in person, so why don't you just introduce yourself as well?
Quite possibly. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Poe, all the distinguished members of the commission, our community builders, and neighbors. Certainly I am your Fire Chief, Joe Dixon, but the reason that we're here tonight is to recognize an accomplishment by Joseph Sean Hillhouse. On behalf of the United States Fire Administrator, Tanya Hoover, the National Fire Academy, it is a distinct pleasure to welcome Chief Hillhouse to a fraternity of executive fire officers that have taken a pledge to change the fire service for the better. So I'm honored to be able to, Chief. So I'm honored to be able to present this on behalf of our fire administrator, on behalf of the mayor, on behalf of all your neighbors, community builders, and every member of Gainesville Fire and Rescue. And I know that you will go forth and you will do great things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I appreciate it. I look forward to being able to put the training and education that I was lucky enough to be able to participate in to work for our neighbors and our other community builders. And if I could, I want to take a moment to thank my wife, Allison, who suffered through many long weekends of me conducting research in order to do that. So, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief Hillhouse. Really appreciate your dedication to the department and to the continued professionalization of GFR. We're very proud of everything y'all do, and just pleased to have you in our chamber tonight, this meeting, and to be recognized for all your achievements. So thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so this should, well, it's there, okay. Sorry, we're getting back to normal. Okay, so any members of the public that wish to speak to any items on this evening's agenda, but not stick around for when they actually come up, can speak now. You'll, of course, be waiving your opportunity later to the specific items. This is, again, different than general public comment. And Adam, I know it's new. Do you, or more importantly, your screeners understand the difference between the two?
We are now crystal clear
okay.
on the rules.
Thank you.
I apologize.
No. I take full responsibility for that. It's something that we have not done since we've been using your all services until today. So yeah, I should have taken some time with y'all before. But anyway, so yeah, general public comment. I'm sorry, early public comment for any items on our agenda. If you want to speak now and then be able to leave. Anybody? Okay, Adam, do you have anybody?
No, sir, nobody on the line.
Okay, very good. Then Madam Clerk, next.
Our next thing is general public comment.
Okay, so this is for anybody that wishes to speak to any items not on our agenda. We'll start with anybody in the chambers.
I wanted to bring out some paperwork. My name's Donald Shepard. I wanted to bring out some paperwork which that had been given to me by my trailer park in which I live in, which is Lamplighter Trailer Park. I have it here in my folder, but find it in the next thing. What it shows, and I wanted to put it on the overhead too, is what it shows is what, here it is. What it shows is that the overcharges in which they're charging us tenants at the Lamplighter Trailer Park and trying to compensate for the layoff of a manager that managed before the trailer park. She managed the trailer park before, and now they're trying to compensate by putting in these fees. And if I could have the overhead, it'll show that what is transpiring by them and what they are charging us tenants out here at Lamplighter. This here fire assessment fee, they're saying that I had not paid. My fire assessment has been paid every time it's been due. And so they don't give you a receipt for that. 1, 2, this is not a 90-day notice of a raise in rent also. And they raised our rent to $401 from $386. I live on a fixed income. I'm not a rich person. So for this to take place and to take and say that the firemen are asking for this, when this here, I believe, is on our GRU bill. Why should we be charged double for this? So I'd like someone to look into this and find out whether this is legal or not. And if not, to give me a representation attorney to take and look into this and make it right, because there's people out there, we live in trailers, and we can't afford this added expenses on top of our GRU bills. The waste management thing they have on here, which is solid waste, $1.43. That there shouldn't come from them. They don't do nothing for us. They don't provide the dumpsters. The waste management takes and supplies those. And
Okay.
so this here needs to be looked into.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shepard. I'll come back around to see what we can figure out about that fire assessment after public comment's over. But yeah, thanks for bringing it to
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Adam, do you have anybody for general public comment over on your side?
No, sir. Nobody on the line right now. Floor is yours.
Okay, let's just give Ms. Malden a chance to clean the lectern, and then we'll take our next speaker. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Does anybody else like to speak to general public comment, items not on our agenda? Yeah, come on down. Good evening.
Hello, Honorable Mayor Poe and our commissioners. My name is Mike Powell. I am fairly familiar with most of you here. I am one of the community leaders. I'm president of a couple of organizations, and what I'm here to say tonight is basically that our community is beginning to become more aware of some of the different things that are going on in our city, and we are getting more and more concerned. And there are more and more calls that are happening, more and more emails that are happening. And most of you up there know that I've supported you in many different areas and different times and have served with you on different committees or whatever. But I want you to know that we are going to be expecting you to stand up for the people of Gainesville, Alachua County, of course, but definitely to stand up and make sure that our voices are being heard. So many of the organizations that you may not normally see here that are huge in numbers and strong in strength of voting will begin to start showing up. And I am definitely here to always try to support and have conversation with you, but if that doesn't work, then we will be here to oppose you as well. But thank you, and Mayor Poe, it is always good to see you.
You too, Mr. Powell. Good to see you again in the flesh. Okay, anybody else wish to make any comments? General public comment? Welcome back.
Again, I'm Ron Rawls, Greater Bethlehem Church pastor, and I want to continue to reiterate, I'm calling for this city commission to remove the city manager. It can be reassigned to someone else, but it does not make sense for us to know what the issue is, for us to hint that we know what the problem is with the culture in the city, and not remove the problem when the director of the Office of Inclusion and Equity feels a toxic environment and does not feel inclusion. She feels excluded and she feels inequity, and we know what the problem is. And so I'm not sure if the city manager is connected to the mafia or what, but we need to get a backbone and stop the ceremonial stuff. The ceremonial stuff means nothing if we're not creating the environment that this community deserves. And so, again, I'll say it again, I really want to, as Mr. Powell said, I want to work with you in improving our community, making it good for everyone. Don't want to fight, but I'm prepared for a long, drawn-out, uncomfortable fight if we just can't simply do the right thing. All of this stuff that we're looking at right now about the massacre in Tulsa, we're talking about Juneteenth, we're having all these conversations, but this is just ceremonial. Having all these conversations, we have to make decisions to create the type of environment that everyone deserves. And one person doesn't get the right to run roughshod. You all don't have the right to be used to make a toxic situation, a toxic work environment for our employees. And so I'm asking somebody to take the lead. And I need, when that person takes the lead, I need for 3 commissioners to support that lead in removing the city manager from the city of Gainesville.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else for general public comment? Items not on our agenda. Okay, Adam, back to you one more time, see if anybody's called in.
No, sir, nobody's called in.
Okay, very good. Thank you all for being with us and speaking. We will now move to our next item, Madam Clerk.
Our next item?
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, real quick. The fire assessment for individual property owners, it's assessed on the annual tax bill. In your situation, I don't quite know, but we have your information, Mr. Shepherd. We can follow up and see whether the fire assessment was indeed paid by the property owner at Lamplighter, and then what that portion would be for each individual lot renter in your case. So we could reconcile those numbers, but we'll have to do a little checking, okay? Yeah, absolutely. And it's not on the GRU bill, it's on your annual tax assessment. The waste fee is billed through GRU, but if it's a private hauler that they contract with, then that would just be between them and the management company and the private hauler. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Our next item is non-binding resolution 1, Mayor Lauren Poe, resolution urging the Florida legislature to permit ranked choice voting in all jurisdictions.
Okay, very good. So this is a statewide movement to allow for ranked choice voting, actually at all levels, and I think Ms. Bottrell will tell us a little bit more about that. But specific to us, I think it would be nice for cities or counties to be able to decide for themselves whether they wanted to conduct their elections by a ranked choice method. And so really what we are asking the commission here is to sign on with other cities, counties, and organizations that would like to see this change and allow for this type of election process, which is more democratic, saves time, saves money, and gives people a sort of stronger voice in the electoral process. And so if there are any questions or a motion, Commissioner Ariola.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate you bringing the resolution to the agenda today. Ranked choice voting is has gotten a lot of attention around the country, and I know that a lot of states and cities have adopted it. The New York City mayor's race will have ranked choice voting, I believe, for the first time, which, no one knows how that's going to, affect things, but everyone generally agrees that having just one run at the race and having the results known without the expense of runoff is generally better. So in any case, happy to move the adoption of the resolution.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariola, second by Commissioner Hayes Santos. And just for folks that aren't familiar with ranked choice voting, basically, let's say the 7 of us on the commission were all running for mayor. As a voter, you would rank them in order of preference. And so you'd put your first choice and then your second choice. And then in the event that there's not a majority winner in the election, then it would go to everyone's second choice and sort of keep going until you had a clear winner. So it's a very elegant and efficient way to vote, but it also gives you multiple choices. It allows you to pick folks that you think are the best fit for the office that you're voting for. So it really is a positive sort of step in a more democratic process. And I think it would be wonderful if this eventually is the way that we vote for folks here in Gainesville. So a motion on the floor, if anybody would like to speak to the motion, and we'll start with anybody in the chambers. Mr. Shepherd.
I'm speaking on this in behalf of the people, not as a Democrat, not as a Republican, but as the people's representative. The people I've talked to are against something like this if it's given the power to the Democrats to take in one party, I should have said, excuse me, given power to one party to take a vote in the likings of whom they like. I don't see where this is constitutional. I don't see where this is in the best interest of the people. I know you did an excellent job of explaining what you see as what it could be, but I haven't heard from the Democratic Party or the Republican Party on their outlook of this. So as of that, I would have to vote no.
Thank you. Adam, over to you. Anybody calling in about this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Darlene Pifalo. Ms. Pifalo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is the first that I'm hearing of this. This would be, it sounds like to me, but I'm not sure, no district, so everybody can vote for anybody they want. You're not in a district like we are now that you can vote for somebody. So it would be like what the county is. Everybody votes for everybody. If you're in the city, you vote for everybody and not the person that's running in your district, except I think the mayor is the only one that everybody can vote for, I'm understanding. But I would say if you're, saying this is New York and a few other states, let's see how has New York been with their voting, and other cities. Are they all fair, or are they all having problems with their elections? This is something that should be brought up into more depth, I think, because it's a little confusing to me as to what this is all about. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Pifalo. Mr. Mayor, that's our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, anybody else in chambers to speak to this item? Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, and thank you so much for bringing this up, this resolution for ranked choice voting. I think we do need to clarify for people who are unfamiliar with ranked choice voting, when you say it's more democratic, we're talking small d, and maybe we should use the word fair. It's more fair way of voting. The resolution that is to be passed has in the whereas sections 7 points that I think are the most important for people to hear. It increases voter choice by eliminating the problem of spoilers and vote splitting. It produces majority winners, whereas right now in many of our city elections, people win by a plurality, not a majority. Encourages more civil campaigning. It decreases partisan polarization. And it increases the broadest electorate to weigh in at each election. It also prevents the use of fraudulent candidates, and it saves money by eliminating runoffs. Ranked choice voting is not new. The organization that I'm with, Rank My Vote Florida, I'm on the state advisory board, and it is the Florida state arm of Fair Vote, which is a national organization that is working to get ranked choice voting pretty much passed throughout the United States. Right now, ranked choice voting is used in 26 states to one degree or another. 18 cities in 8 different states use it for their municipal elections. And 5 states had used it in the most recent presidential primary of 2020. Ranked choice voting is not new. It's been around for more than 100 years. I think Australia was the first to use it 100 years ago. And 6 other countries use ranked choice voting. If people want more information about ranked choice voting, at least in Florida, the Florida effort, they can go to Rank My Vote Florida or go to fairvote.com, and they can find out more information. There's wonderful little videos and tutorials to explain what it is and what it's not. And if we are lucky enough to get ranked choice voting in Gainesville, some of the details that Ms. Pafalo brought up will be worked out by the City Commission, because it will need to be a charter change. And so it will come back to a charter process. And what we're asking at that point, if we're lucky enough to get the Florida Secretary of State to approve ranked choice voting for municipal elections in the state, that they will then put it on the ballot for Gainesville, and we can suss out those details then. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Botcher. Anybody else like to speak to this item that's here in the chamber? Yes, so Mr. Jeffrey, you already spoke to this item. Well, we'll talk about it later, okay? We'll talk about it after. Anybody else? Okay, and to answer Ms. Pafalo's question, this would not change the city districts or anything like that. This would just, so if you're a District 1 voter, you would still, only people living in District 1 would be able to vote in that, but they would be able to rank their candidates in their order of preference that are running for the District 1 seat. Somebody that lives in District 2 would still not be able to vote in a District 1 race, that sort of thing. So it wouldn't change the sort of geographical boundaries of any particular seat, whether it's city, county, or state, but it would allow us to do that ranked choice. So with that, let's go ahead and move to a vote. I'm sorry, resolution. I'm guessing non-binding are still roll call votes, so Madam Clerk, we'll go to roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Botcher, for your advocacy for this and bringing it forward. And thank you, Commission, for its approval. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is non-binding resolution 2, Mayor Lauren Poe, resolution denouncing the discrimination against the Asian American communities.
Okay, thanks. This was brought forward a couple months ago. It took a little while to work out the verbiage and then include in the non-binding resolution process that has recently been created, but I'm glad to get it to this stage. we continue to see our Asian neighbors specifically targeted with violence and many other forms of discrimination as well. And so I am hopeful, and I know all of you, that you will support this resolution and allow our American Asian and Pacific Islander neighbors know that we have their back, that we support them. There are some very specific language in this resolution about things the city can do better to be able to respond to any reports of violence or harassment and some other protective measures as well. So with that, I'll go to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 201098.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco to approve the resolution. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? We'll start with anybody in the chamber. Okay, Adam, over to you.
No, sir, there's nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay, so we'll come back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, next item, please.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 200726, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 4.46 acres of property generally located at 423 Southeast Williston Road is more specifically described in this ordinance from residential multifamily to mixed-use low intensity, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have? I guess a second reading. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move a resolution or ordinance number 200726 on second reading by title only.
Motion is second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading by title only. Any members of the public wish to speak to that motion? Adam?
No, sir, nobody on the line right now. The floor is yours.
Okay, anybody in chambers? Okay, back to the commission. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 200720, clearboarding of structures amendment to section 16-20. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 16-20 of the Code of Ordinances to require certain openings of vacant structures to be sealed with clear or semi-clear shadowproof polycarbonate material, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution or ordinance 200720 on second reading by title only.
Motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, second by Commissioner Sacco to approve the resolution on second reading. Any members of the public in chamber want to speak to the motion? Yes, Mr.
I
Shepherd.
think and also approve this movement. I also approve of it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, do you have anybody?
No, sir.
Okay, anybody else in chamber want to speak to this item? Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ariola? And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is the second reading of ordinance 201151, ordinance amending insurance requirements for micromobility services. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 26-195 of chapter 26, article 7, by changing the insurance requirements for micromobility services, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 201151 on second reading by title only.
Is there a second? Okay, motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ward to adopt the proposed resolution on second reading. Any members of the public in the chamber want to speak to that item? Adam, over to you.
No, sir. Nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, back to the commission, roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
The next item is a first reading of ordinance 201147, code amendments regarding residential rental unit permits. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending chapter 14.5, article 1, titled Residential Rental Unit Permits, amending appendix A, titled Schedule of Fees, Rates and Charges, to revise residential rental unit permit fees, providing directions to the codifier, providing a clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing effective dates.
Okay, thank you. So this is bringing back a few amendments to our rental rights ordinance that were sort of ironed out as we discussed some concerns with some of our neighbors. Anybody from staff would like to present the sort of broad strokes of these changes? Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Director, Department of Sustainable Development. I think it's pretty straightforward in the agenda item. We made some revisions to definitions that are related to some of the direction that the commission providing an exemption for units that are owner occupied where a room or rooms are being rented. So those would not be subject to the to this ordinance. Also providing an exemption for homes that are not owner occupied, but that the owner of the home is providing that home to immediate family members as defined in the ordinance, and then creating a reinspection fee that we discussed at the last meeting, and then clarifying some language around fireplaces that was discussed. And then requiring that there's one local contact as opposed to both an owner and a local contact. So it was mostly just consistency changes. We did have a discussion internally with with some of the folks from the building department, including the building official, about the HOA question, and we feel confident that those are issues that we can work out on a case-by-case basis with any condos. So we're confident that we have a plan moving forward with that. Don't feel like that'll be a major impediment. If it does become an issue in the future, that would be something that we would just plan on bringing back to the commission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Persons. Appreciate that synopsis. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring up one more. Thank you, staff, for coming back. One more thing. They put out the checklist for the inspections, and I spoke to staff earlier today, but there's still some concerns about kind of what the landlord has to be checking off, and kind of very engineering-based words like nominal loads. Like most landlords have no idea if they can meet them nominal loads or not. So I think staff is already working, but just trying to make sure that the language is much more kind of clear and everyone can understand it, so it's not people don't have to have any kind of engineers coming out to do those self-inspections. Is that right, Mr. Persons? Going to look at it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The self-inspection checklist, which is a component of the ordinance and something that we have online, we did, believe it or not, we did try to remove a lot of the jargon from or the technical jargon from what's on there, but I think we can definitely go back and clarify and make it even better in terms of using plain language. And so yeah, and that's something that we created, so it's easy to change. And I've already sent it over to staff and as well as the communications office to continue to work on it, and we'll repost the revised copy once we have the final language.
I'd like to move on first reading by title only, ordinance number 201147.
Okay, motion and second to adopt the proposed resolution on first reading. Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Andrew, and all of the staff that worked on this. I'm excited that it's now clear, and I can't wait for October 1st. I'm really after years of working on this. I do have one question though. It's more of a suggestion that's been brought forward by one of our neighbors that, so it's been well over a year, maybe 2 years now since we passed the additions to the human rights component of this. It was a bundle of different projects, and one of them was expanding the housing rights that our neighbors have. And I feel that there isn't, I guess, a constant or clear communication of those expanded rights in our community. And I know that the county has created an informative flyer that they hand out to places like the Housing Authority for folks who have Section 8 vouchers, that other organizations are passing out those flyers at the greater Alachua County events. But here in the city of Gainesville, we haven't produced any such easy to read or follow document that kind of explains those expanded rights. And there's no, I guess, consistent reminder of what those are or easy to locate location for those rights. And I was wondering what we could do, if it's similar to a flyer like the county does, if it's something we can push out through our social media, if it's a one-pager that we can include in the GRU build, that it goes out every quarter to remind folks of these rights and that they have, or landlords, or items that landlords really can't push on. But I don't want all that work to kind of fall to the back and folks not be able to utilize those rights. So it's semi-related to this. It's expanding on everything that we hope to do on it, but I was hoping we could come up with a way to remind people, if it's quarterly or half a year, that those rights exist, and kind of do an informational campaign on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I spoke to Ms. Warren about that on Tuesday, and she said she was going to meet with the county EO office, and I don't know if she has any update. If Ms. Warren, if you're on, I think you were going to meet with.
Good evening. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Hayes Santos is right. I actually did meet with Jacqueline Chung, the county EO director, on yesterday, and we discussed some things that the county has been doing. We have a follow-up meeting actually to go into detail, because they have been going out into the community doing an educational campaign. And she shared some ideas with me regarding some things that we could do on the city side as well. And so after we do our follow-up meeting, she's actually also sending me a link. I'm going to attend the meeting so I can hear the discussion at their next public meeting as well. And I'll come back to share some ideas regarding that.
You're already kicking butt at the game. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Warren. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. And Mr. Persons, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to just add to what Ms. Warren said, that we can certainly share this and work in any way with her office to be helpful. There is a tenant bill of rights and responsibilities that we also have on our website that we worked on with the city attorney's office. It's probably more, what's the right word for it? More exhaustive than something that I think that is I think what Commissioner Sacco is talking about, which is something like nice and visually appealing and easy to kind of digest. But it's a good sort of basis. It has sort of everything that is encompassing both the rental housing program sort of aspects that we're doing, as well as some of the renters' rights and anti-discrimination pieces that were also passed at that same time. So we can share that and try to be helpful in any way we can.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Clerk, I don't know if you caught it, but the motion was by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco. Okay, so let's go to anybody in chambers that would like to speak to this particular item. Good, Mr. Shepard.
On behalf of all the people that are living in Gainesville, this here is another added fee that landlords are going to hand on down to their tenants. How are we going to afford to rent or own our homes on their rental properties, like we do with Lamplighter, when they put on these additional fees to us, when they know how much money we got coming in. I got $1,200 coming in a month. How am I gonna pay for this additional? I have no money to pay. We got $22 or $23 left after we pay our utilities and our rent, our food, our car insurance, so on and so forth. We have no more money to pay this. So this here will get us evicted. This is what you're gonna have, more homelessness because of this. So please, do not accept this to be passed for trailer parks or low-income housing. I don't know how this occurred, to take and be added on to fees that we already have. I don't see how, as a citizen, I can back this for the people, as the people's representative. So my vote in this is no. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, anybody on the lines?
We do actually have Mr. Jeremy Tattersall. Mr. Tattersall, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. Jeremiah Tattersall, the co-chair of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. I just wanted to thank the commissioners, especially Commissioner Sacco and Commissioner Hayes Santos, for continuously advocating for this ordinance and for everything that's gone into this. This version of it and the version I expect, I think we're all expecting to come back, will be a lot stronger, more clear, and will definitely help out low-income residents and help out our housing stock. I just wanted to thank everyone for all their hard work on this really great ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Tattersall. Mr. Mayor, do you have anybody else in chambers?
Anybody else in chambers that wishes to speak to this item? Okay, no. Adam, back to you.
Okay, we do have one caller that has not been screened. Caller ending in the digits 2691. Are you calling about the rental issue?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Who are you?
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to express my desire for that to be kept as green space. I think that Gainesville's done a lot of good development over the years, but I think that we've
I think this is a different item.
gone off the rails as far as approving every next project.
Sure, this is a different item on the agenda, and we'll have you in touch with Bethany. We'll get you in to comment at the right time. Thank you.
Oh, my.
Mr. Mayor, sorry about that. That caller came in just at the end, and I didn't want to take a chance that it was not going to be on this issue.
No, that's fine. And caller, you will. We're talking about the amendments to the rental rights ordinance right now. Sounds like you're talking about a development site, so we'll get to that in a second. Anybody else, Adam? We good?
We are screening one more individual. If you'd hold the line for just 1 second. All righty, Miss Christine McLeod. Miss McLeod, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I was calling about the HOA issue. I heard the staff say that they're confident that they can work with HOAs to solve these problems, but the ordinance is for unit owners, not for HOAs. So I'd like some clarification. First, with respect to ground floor units that have a unit above them, they don't have an access to an attic. In fact, they don't even have an attic. So would ground floor units be required to insulate their so-called attic that they don't have? I don't think they should be, and I think that should be clarified in the ordinance that ground floor condominium units that don't have an attic because there's a unit above them are not responsible for the attic insulation. And then the other issue is if you're an upstairs unit and you have an attic, but your HOA doesn't have plans to re-insulate the attics, say for another year or 2 or 3, based on their budget, I don't see how a unit owner can force the condominium association to insulate all the attics, because that's not available. And so is the county then going to revoke the permit? The unit owner has to kick out their tenant, and then you have, a tenant with no place to go and a landlord with no ability to rent their unit. And so I'd like more clarification about the issues for HOA when the staff gets a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod. Mr. Mayor, that's our last caller for the moment. The floor is yours.
Okay, Mr. Persons, can you respond to that, or at least get back to the caller?
Yeah, I would say, well, I guess 2 things. One, we'd be happy if the caller would like to reach out and contact us at the Department of Sustainable Development, 334-5050. We'd be happy to kind of talk through any particular issues. I would say on the question of the unit, the ground floor unit that didn't have an attic, if it didn't have an attic, it wouldn't be subject to the insulation requirements if they were like 2 separate units. And generally speaking, when a development is created and with a condo association, those condo units, if they're like a single story condo unit, there's a dividing wall that goes all the way up between the units and into the ceiling and the attic. So usually those are standalone units that don't always have sort of one big shared attic access. But we did talk about that, and we think in terms of somebody with a single condo unit on the end of a multi-condo unit, they could go in and insulate their portion of the attic space, and that would be consistent with the ordinance, and that would be something that we could approve. So I think there's definitely some flexibility there, and I would encourage the caller just to reach out and talk to my staff, and we'd be happy to work through any specific questions or concerns they have.
Thank you. And again, that number is 334-5050. Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further comment, let's move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, next item, please.
Next item is the first reading of ordinance 200886, land use change of 83.79 acres of property located on the 755-1100 block of the south side of Northeast 39th Boulevard. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 83.79 acres of property located on the 755 to 1100 block of the south side of Northeast 39th Boulevard, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from plan use district to commercial, residential, medium density, and residential low density, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Hey, thank you, Madam Clerk. Who do we have from staff to present this?
Good evening, City Commission. This is Nathaniel Chan, planner for City of Gainesville. I'll be presenting on this item. Can you see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Awesome. All right, good evening, City Commission and Mr. Mayor. My name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville, Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB-20-152 LUC, a large-scale land use amendment of the subject area on Northeast 39th Avenue.
Mr. Chan, I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. Whoever is controlling the feed, if you can minimize the speaker screens just so we can see the whole presentation.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think that's you. No, I think that's the clerk, Mr. Chan.
Okay.
Or somebody in the clerk's office. there.
Am I sharing the right screen?
No, you are. We can see your screen. I just need speakers pane to be minimized. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Keep going. We're all good. We're all good.
Okay.
I forgot to exit.
Let me know if there's any other issues.
Well, I've got plenty of issues, my friend, but it's none that you can resolve
Well, I mean
tonight.
issues with this one.
All right. Thank you. Please continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no problem. So this petition is privately initiated by the property owners and EDA. The subject property is located between the 755 and 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue, and it's also to the east of North Main Street, and it's currently vacant. The current zoning is Plan Development PD, and the current land use category is Plan Use District PUD. The property is approximately 83.79 acres, and it's related to petition PB-20-153, ZON, the rezoning component. This land use amendment proposes conventional future land use categories, commercial, residential medium, and residential low, RL. The properties are mostly developed surrounding the existing site. So to the immediate north is Northeast 39th Avenue, and to the north of that is a vacant commercial and future land use office. To the south and east is existing single-family dwellings. Some are vacant, some are occupied, and that has future land use single-family. And to the southwest is residential low future land use that is currently being used for wetland mitigation. And to the west is vehicle sales. Specifically, there are automobile dealerships, and that has future land use commercial. So in 1998, Ordinance 960936 established the existing Plan Use District PUD. The PUD identified commercial, warehousing, and single-family residential as permitted uses on the properties. The maximum residential density is 8 units per acre and had built-in buffer and retention zones. The land use categories delineated on the existing ordinance, shown here on the right, guided the proposed future land use categories in this petition. So as you can see on the northwest quadrant is for commercial, and the northeast, southeast, and southwest quadrants is for single-family residential. There's also a space for warehousing in there, and there's built-in buffer zones. With that being said, as you can see on the left, that is the proposed future land use. So the west half is commercial, the northeast quadrant is residential medium, and the southeast quadrant is residential low. And with that being said, staff recommends approval of petition PB-20-00152 LUC. The proposal meets all of the review criteria for land use change outlined in 30-3.13 of the Land Development Code. The proposed land use categories are compatible with the surrounding land uses. So the proposed commercial future land use is consistent with the existing commercial to the west and the north. The proposed residential medium future land use is consistent and acts as a transitional area between the commercial and residential low properties. The proposed residential low future land use is consistent with the single family to the abutting east and south. And more details on the petition meeting the review criteria can be found in the staff report. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chan. Do we have a presentation from the applicant? Welcome.
Good evening. Well, you all are moving quick tonight. I got down here just in time. I'm Clay Swager with EDA. It's nice to see you all. I just want to make a few comments. I appreciate Nathaniel's review of the application. We're here tonight representing 3 different property owners. This land was rezoned to PD and land use to PUD back in the 90s, and that was the model at that point, and it has since expired, so really there's no zoning and land use on the property. And so we've been working close with planning staff to come up with what was the right mix of existing straight zoning to put on the land to allow the land ultimately to be utilized, because right now it's sort of in a hiatus, if you will. We tried to balance utilization of the land, a mix of uses, and also compatibility. As you can see on the west side, it's commercial land use and zoning, and because that's abutting the commercial uses just to the west. And then On the east side, there's a mix of multifamily zoning and land use and some single family. And we worked with planning, worked with Andrew and Nathaniel, and we came up with an approach to try to make sure we were having compatibility with the neighborhood, where we had single family zoning right along the edges. So everywhere there's an existing house and a resident, there's single family zoning proposed next to them. So we could have a step down. They weren't going to be afraid that they were having, the hypothetical 6-story building concern. So we feel like it's a really good use of the land. It also is very compatible. Our neighborhood meeting was favorable, and I think a lot of it was because we were basically proposing a neighborhood next to their neighborhood and not something dramatically different. So we worked very hard to do that. That neighborhood has been there for decades, and they were used to not having anything next to them, so they were a concern. So I think that the fact that there's no one here and there haven't been any comments, it speaks volumes of just their comfort level with what we were proposing. There's a local business that would like to locate in a portion of the commercial property, and so they're sort of anxious to go. So the commercial zoning and land use would be really helpful for that. And hopefully we'll get some more economic development activity east of Main Street. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate your consideration on this tonight.
Okay, thank you. Back to the commission, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Could staff bring up the presentation? I think like slide 6, I think. That has a good map on it.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Slide 6.
Or maybe 5, actually. Page 5.
Okay, sorry about that. This is the wrong presentation, but I think it has the same
Oh, go back
map.
one more.
This one?
Yeah, that works, yeah.
Awesome.
I guess, yeah, we're on land use though, but I guess.
Yeah, we're on land use, so I can.
It's fine, that's fine.
Okay.
So, I'm glad we're getting rid of a PUD. I think they're not the best for form of zoning, but I do have strong concerns of us putting in single-family zoning. I don't believe that's something we should be doing as a city, and should have something that has more flexibility and really does create more of a neighborhood that also has like commercial and other things around it. In other portions of the city, we've used, and what I would think we should do is like along the eastern and southern borders of it, that we allow a zoning that would be land use that would allow for a zoning of U4, which is what's been used around the city as a transitionary zoning between single-family zonings and other areas, and to have that 100-foot kind of around the edges, and then in that portion kind of west in between the BA and the 100-foot barrier allow a U6 zoning, which would allow for some commercial uses and restaurant, and also allow for kind of a higher density, which would also be separated from the single-family zoning. So that's what I would like us to consider doing.
Okay, thank you.
I'll put a motion on the floor this time.
Anybody else have any comments before we get a motion on? Commissioner Johnson.
Before you put that motion on the floor, Commissioner Hayes Santos, EDA clearly said they work with the neighborhood, and they did the community input, they did the community engagement, and this is what they were comfortable with. So are you going to go and do this again?
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. My job as a commissioner is to look out for the best of the city and try to reduce the cost of housing. And I believe that's something that we should do. So I'll move that we approve ordinance number 200886, but with one modification, that the portion east, on the eastern portion and the portions touching the single-family zoning areas have a land use that allows a U4 zoning, and that the other residential areas would have a U6 zoning, so there would be a transitionary area, and then we leave the commercial land use the same. So it'd be a land use that would allow for U4 along the eastern and southern edges. I don't know if I can bring the map up again.
Mr. Chan, is it possible to bring the map up again?
Yes, give me one moment. Sorry about that.
So the thought is to have a 100-foot U4 transition area, or land use allows U4 transition on the eastern and southern portions that would touch the, and maybe the, I don't know if you could pass that, or if you, the little, that thing, you want to bring that up? Thank you very much. Do you know which one it was? This one? Yeah. So like right along here and along here, it would allow land use that allows U4 zoning. And then in here would allow a U6 zoning, which would be a higher density zoning that would also allow mixed use. And also, I mean, the transit zones are a more walkable style of development. The other zonings are older and not as walkable. So.
Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chan, could you, I still don't have my giant book of land use and development code, but could you walk me through, I guess, the density and height differences of what is proposed and U4 and U6?
Yeah, I can pull that up. Give me one moment. And I can share my screen as well. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
It should be our code. All right, so U4 and you said U6?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here's U4 and the building height for U4. Let me see. Might be further down. Yeah, so U4, the maximum building height by right is 3 stories. Okay. And for U6, it's 4 by right and 5 with the height bonus. And your other part to that question was
the density.
Density. I believe that's up here. So residential density by right for U4 is 20 units per acre, and for U6 it is 50 units per acre by right and 60 with a bonus.
Okay. But what's proposed is residential medium for that area that would in theory get U6?
That is correct. So let me pull up the density for RMF. I believe it's RMF 8 for the northeast quadrant is what you're asking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so RMF 8 has a density of 8 to 20 units per acre by right, and then for that RSF4, the single family area, that would be up to 8 units per acre, which is what is currently existing with the PD.
And the height again for that one? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. The building height for RMF 8 is 3 stories by right and 5 stories with the height bonus.
The RMF doesn't allow for mixed use, correct?
That is correct. RMF 8 is a residential district, so these are the permitted uses for RMF 8 on this right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chan. So I don't feel entirely comfortable with a U4 buffer. I'd feel comfortable with an RMF buffer in that area to keep, if you do want higher density for the purpose of our city's future. And I completely understand that, Commissioner Hayes Santos, that we have to be good stewards of the land and the space that we have. But I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of neighbors throughout the city in different sectors of the city, and they seem more comfortable with the step down and step up approach that's being proposed here. And I think it helps build better neighbors when you don't automatically hate what's going on across the street. So I think if you do want more density and mixed use in that buffer zone, I would be comfortable with, sorry, Mr. Jan, is there anything below U4?
Yeah, there's our transit zones go from U1, Urban 1, and through U9 all the way to DT, our downtown district. So U1 through U3 are our sort of lower, if you think about it in sense of like numbers, it's our lower density transit zones.
But those allow for mixed use? No?
Those, it depends on the transit zone, but I don't believe those do.
So what we're working with is that U4 would be the lowest, I guess the lowest impact mixed use option.
Andrew popped up, so maybe he wants to chime in.
Sorry for grilling you.
You're doing great.
Oh, no, it's okay. I have to do this at some point.
This is basically what Nathaniel does, like when he's planner of the day and he's taking phone calls about questions about zoning. But no, but that's correct. The sort of U1 through U3 transect zones are primarily like sort of strictly residential. It's not until you move into like U4 and above to where you start to see like other types of uses. Like U4 allows for like office uses. It allows for, different doctors' offices. It allows for some sort of limited like service uses, personal service, business service, those types of things. U3 is basically kind of like U4 in terms of density and height, but it removes all of those non-residential pieces to it. And then U2 and U1 are primarily like low density or lower density, like small scale kind of multifamily or single family districts.
Okay, thank you. This might be a stupid question, I'm just full of them. The land use designation of RMF, of medium, does not require a minimum density, it just allows for a maximum density?
That is not a stupid question. There is, in the multifamily, the traditional or conventional multifamily zoning districts that we have, like RMF 6 through 8, there is a minimum density that's required, and it's usually 8 units per acre. In transect zones, we don't have minimum densities in the code today. That's typically because most of the time it's not an issue in property that's zoned transect, because it's typically more urban. It's going to be developed at a higher density just because that's what the land and the market and the placement of it.
So I'm going to think out loud. Do not kill me for what I'm saying. Could it be possible or allowable to make the whole eastern portion medium? And then if the developers and I guess the buyers want to have less density in certain parts of it, would that be allowed, but higher density is still possible throughout that segment? I'm trying to remove the single family one and give it the option of
I follow what you're saying. I would say, well, a couple of things. One, like there are significant like areas, like wetland areas on the property, and that's going to limit development because those areas are sort of off limits. But they do go into calculating the total amount of density that can be developed on the property, like their acreage. So that sort of minimum density threshold applies across the entire area with that land use. So that's all to say that in that sort of scenario, you could still cluster a lot of your density in one portion, maybe to the further west, and then step that density down as you move east. That's entirely possible. That's not something just sort of through like what we're talking about we could require per se, but it is possible to do.
Okay.
The developer would have, or some future developer who would develop that piece would that would be something that would they would have an option to do that, but not a requirement to do so.
You look like you want to say something.
Yeah.
No.
Don't know if I'm.
Commissioner, are you?
Yeah, I'll just conclude with I feel comfortable with a step up, step down, however, which side of the road you're on, of the sunset you're on, approach to not have that much of an impact on the existing single-family home neighborhood. But I do want to see mixed-use approach to it. I think the area could benefit from it, and it would make it more walkable to have those shops and other resources nearby in walking distance. But I don't want it to such a magnitude or height that it becomes intrusive to the neighbors that are already there. So I'm trying to look for a step approach or a middle ground to what is being proposed. Thank you.
Mr. Striker?
Thanks. I just wanted to contribute a little bit to the conversation. I appreciate the struggle between the density and the mixed use and observing neighborhoods and being a good neighbor. And, maybe one compromise position could be retain the RL and RSF 8 in the perimeter, but the area that was proposed for RM and RMF 8, make that U6. That's still a healthy increase in density from what as opposed to 8 to 30. Now it's 60 units per acre. It allows mix of uses. It allows commercial. You've got a core of that mixed use, then you have next to it commercial, and then you have residential. So you kind of get a little bit of everything there. The RSF 4.2 is the highest density single family zoning that you have. The neighborhoods that some of us live in are R1, and they're large lots of RSF 8 is 8 units per acre. So, it's already going to allow a pretty nice mix of housing sizes and smaller units. But we're just really concerned about that neighborhood and how we represented this. We really tailored the application around protecting them. So, but maybe the U6 idea, and we would be amenable to that from the applicant standpoint if that was something the board was interested in.
Mr. Swagger, do you have a map just handy there?
Yes.
Okay, can we have the overhead? Can you use the good old finger and map technique to show us what you were just proposing? So, yeah, that's good. So just sort of where you were.
Multiple land uses. So the red area is proposed for commercial. This area is right now proposed for residential medium land use and RMF 8 zoning, which only allows residential up to 20 units by right, 30 units with bonus. So this area, which is almost 20 acres, is a fairly sizable area, that would be put in urban transect zoning. And so that would now get you up, there would be U6 zoning, and the land use there would be urban mixed use. So you'd still have that protective area for the neighborhood to the east. And yeah, so I was going to tell you what the zoning was as far as the density. Let me get that off this piece of paper. Amelia taught me well to bring my code book and things with me. So 50 units per acre by right, 60 per bonus in the urban transect in that area. versus the 20 to 30. So it might be a compromise that the
Okay,
board
so
would
did-
consider.
So for the, what you're saying, proposing, if you will, the piece to the west would be the red part,
Commercial,
still commercial.
yes.
The northern part would be, you're suggesting,
Urban mixed use, land use, and the companion zoning of U6, which I believe is what Commissioner Hayes Santos was proposing.
okay, then the
for that
southern,
area.
and then the southern portion, maintain it RSF 8?
The RL land use and RSF 4.
4.
Which is 8 units per acre. Yes.
Right, okay, yeah, okay. And we're hearing from you that you're comfortable with that, what you just proposed.
Yes. If you wish to change the other part of budding the neighborhood, we would ask for a continuation. And I need to have a discussion, but
So
we are comfortable with that middle piece changing, yes.
So there's no
I think it's an
homes
improvement.
or neighborhood adjacent to the northern part?
No.
Oh, okay, I thought those were built
It's so
out.
small on the screen, there's land on this side that is still RSF 4 and RL, single family only. And then it opens up into this area, and there's a connection to the neighborhood right here.
Okay.
So there's a guarantee there'll only be single family homes along that side still.
Okay, that's helpful. I did not get that.
It's so
little piece
small
there.
on that screen, yeah.
Yeah, okay, very good. Commissioner Sacco? You're good? Okay. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just hearing that last comment, Clay, I would be happy to also do a continuation for this conversation, but I would also be just as ready to move the ordinance, and so I shall move the ordinance 200886 on first reading by title only as presented.
Okay, motion and second to adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading by title only. Commissioner Hayes Santos. Second was by Ward, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support the motion. I don't think we should be zoning areas that are solely single family. We could do in the RL area something that allows 2-family units, like a U2 or U3 zoning, that just allows someone to build a 2-family unit, and not just solely a single family unit. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you, everyone at Sustainable Development. Thank you, Mr. Swager. And thank you all for the conversation so far. I get where everybody's going. Commissioner Santos, I agree with you and Commissioner Sacco that we should not be, that I would prefer we not zone single family. Particularly when we're talking about greenfield development, I would like to make the most of the infill. But, and Mr. Persons and Mr. Swager, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but you've had conversations between you representing the owner and Sustainable Development representing us to work out something good, which you then took out to the neighborhood and talked to the neighbors, again, in a very established neighborhood that's been there longer than I have. I'm uncomfortable with that piece of the process having been done already. And I don't know how many folks you talked to in the neighborhood. Do you have a ballpark?
Emails, a handful of participants in the neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
But I think when they learned, in my opinion, when they learned that it's like to like, there's really no other concern.
Right.
There's no objection, I should say.
So what we've talked about with some alternatives is really not a lot different than what you talked to the neighborhood about, but it is different. And that then it creates a trust issue between those folks that live there and the city of Gainesville and the landowner. Whatever they do then with that property, somebody is always going to feel gypped about that. Somebody is going to feel like somebody was not honest with them about that. And that's not the case. I mean, neither sustainable development nor EDA or the landowner asked for us to switch things up at the dais. But we're putting everybody, including ourselves, in a potentially difficult situation. I would like for petitioners to bring us bigger thinking, I would say. But once you've gone out and talked to the neighbors, I don't feel like we ought to switch it up on the dais. I'm uncomfortable with that process. I would like to have more density there, the potential for more density, not necessarily right now, but for whatever comes next. But because the conversations have already happened, I don't want to go back and surprise the folks who live in the area abutting this. Now, the commercial zoning, commercial land use, still allows for restaurants and offices and what we think of as mixed use, correct? I mean, you could build a warehouse there, you could build a restaurant there.
Yes, yes.
And that's 2.5 blocks from the existing neighborhood. So it isn't like this is, 20 blocks away. It's really good walking distance. What you proposed is potentially very good walking distance for lots of different uses in that big red stripe. That doesn't mean that's what will be developed, but the potential is there for lots of different uses in the red stripe, which is only 2.5 blocks away from the existing neighborhoods and abut the new neighborhoods that we're talking about for RM and RL. That's why I support the motion and the staff recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
I'm sorry, Clay, I'm gonna just keep asking questions. Could you repeat the density for for RMF? What is the density again? Is it 20 units?
RMF 8?
Yes.
It is 8 to 20 units per acre.
Okay.
There's
And
a chance you can do some bonus units there, but it's not by right.
okay, so
It's up to 30.
8 to 20
8 to 20 by right, yes.
and up to 30.
Mhm.
Okay. And U6, can someone remind me again, is it up 30 and then more?
U6 is 50 units by right and 60 potentially, which times 20 acres is 1,000 units. I mean, that could be a pretty substantial mixed-use development right there, just in the one area that I was pointing to earlier.
But currently it has the potential for 20 per acre, which is still substantial.
Yeah, for about 400, yeah.
So while I would like to see the U6 in that segment, I will agree with Commissioner Ward's point. You have had conversations with the neighborhood, and I agree with the point that it shows distrust in the process and how we do things and how you guys do things. I'll also agree with the point that I'd appreciate in future if we think a little bigger and more dense, but I feel that I can count votes. I can see where this is going, and I'd rather see some good happen than nothing at all. Do you have any idea at the moment, I guess, the density direction you're going in for that segment? Is it going to be 8? Is it going to be 15? Is it going to be 20?
So there's no imminent development of the residential area, so you really should evaluate on the hypothetical. I can't say there's someone waiting in the wings right now to do X.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was hopeful that would make it easier for me.
I know.
Okay. I can count the votes. I'll be in favor of it if this is what it is, but I'd much more prefer to see that U6. It's one more story, but it gives a lot more density, and that produces just a lot more housing. And that, I think, would be the ideal. One more story is not going to kill anybody. The neighborhood isn't going to catch fire and fall down and crumble. But I can't see the point of the conversations with the neighbors already happening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. I see that Ms. Shelley and Mr. Persons want to get back in. I would just prefer to continue this. I think it's a good conversation to have, and I would love for the applicant and our staff to work on coming back with something that represents, I think the sweet spot in what you've heard the conversation, but also to a chance to go back out to the neighborhood and sort of show them what this alternative approach would look like and how that may or may not impact them differently than what they expected. I mean, I think that's the key. I'll say, for me, it's very difficult for me to find a way to approve a single-family zoning. I mean, it's just, we have got to start moving towards at least allowing 2 and 3 and 4 family homes to be built on lots like this. Whereas your single family just takes away that opportunity. Doesn't mean they have to build those things. Just like if it's a 4-story allowance, it doesn't have to go for. But when we go down a certain road, it disallows all that. But I very much am empathetic with the view that a lot of people work together, including folks that live adjacent to this eventual development, and we're happy with it. And so, for us to, without any more engagement or interaction, to do it differently, I mean, we've got to be more intentional about that. Like, so if we see something coming down the pike that we really don't like, I think we need to be a little bit more proactive in saying, before it comes to us, we need to consider some other options. But I know our process is not like ideal for that. So, that's why I think it's best to continue it, have a few more conversations, and see if we can really get to a place that pleases the applicant, our staff, the existing neighborhood, and a majority on this commission. And that's the win-win-win that I think we're looking for. So let me go over to Ms. Shalley.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just wanted to make you aware of a process issue as you're deliberating this. So with ordinances that are before you, if you make revisions that are material and substantial, which this would seem to me to be that if you were changing an entire land use category on a piece of property different from what the title of the ordinance reads and what was advertised, then we would have to re-advertise and start anew with a new transmittal hearing. So you can certainly do that, but I did want to make you aware that if that was your will tonight to change the RM property to U6, that we would re-advertise and then there would be another transmittal hearing on July 15th. Alternatively, it seems that you're talking about just continuing this item. If that were to happen, depending on whether the petitioner, if they, in talking with the neighborhood and planning staff, decide that they would like to ask for something different based on the commission's feedback, such that requires us to change the ordinance, we'll also have to re-advertise that, but there may be time for that to happen again and get before you by July 15th.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Persons?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to add to the conversation that I think this is something that we on staff have heard loud and clear from I think at least the majority of the commission related to single family zoning and the commission's desire not to continue to sort of perpetuate that in parts of the city. I will say, I think we have an opportunity to be sort of more proactive on a less than sort of site by site basis or property by property basis, as we've sort of been doing as a city through like 2 ways. Like one, I think through the city's comprehensive plan that we're working on and we've been discussing with you by way of enacting policies that deal with how and what types of land uses the city wants to include in future applications or wants to support in future applications. That's one way that I think could I think, solidify the commission's desire. So we're not necessarily coming on a case by case basis and having to make sort of changes to support that. The other sort of avenue, I think, is the work that is underway on evaluating the city's land development code and zoning ordinances for exclusionary provisions that I think fit into some of the discussion that you're having around making sure that all of our land use and zoning categories allow a mix of residential types. So that's another sort of avenue that I think the commission has already given direction on. Ultimately, I think having those things both in our foundational document, the comprehensive plan, as well as in our implementing documents, the land development code, will hopefully sort of get us out of this sort of kind of on the fly changes or staff and the applicant bringing something to you that the commission desires to change based on the priorities that the commission's expressing.
Okay, thank you. It's a helpful reminder. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just finishing processing some of the words that Andrew was saying. I really want us to sort of be on at least a good communicative level here. I am okay to continue this item, like I said, and I could ask if we could rescind the motion if the secretary would be okay with that. But yeah, we're going to ultimately have to have a conversation that doesn't have anything to do with what's being asked of us here. So that's why I made the motion originally, is we're being asked to consider this one change, and we've sort of evolved into this meta conversation again. And that's okay. I'm not saying that we can't do that. Don't read me that way. I'm just saying that's a larger conversation, and we're going to need a space for that conversation. And I don't know that it's appropriate to ask every petitioner to have to take on the burden of the philosophies of the competing interests of development in the minds of commissioners, or in a larger context than what they originally entered into. So I would be okay with continuing it. I think we need to be very intentional about what that continuation looks like when we get there. Sort of to the point that was just made. So what do you think, Harvey?
Mr. Mayor, so I would like to vote for the motion as it is. It's not going to break my heart if we continue it. If it doesn't pass, we continue it. But I would like to vote for the motion as it is, because that's the conversation that was had with the neighbors. And the additional burden is not on any of us if we continue it to go have another conversation with the neighbors. It's,
yeah.
We just get up here and have another meeting. And I'm not, none of us are trying to create extra work for anybody or trying to break anybody's trust or anything else. That's not the intent. But that's the path that we go down by pushing it forward. I wish that what we had was more dense. And Mr. Persons and everybody watching, I hope that you hear from me that I absolutely want more density to come before us at every opportunity, particularly in a big green field like this with more than 80 acres. I want great infill development to happen, but I don't want to do it at the cost of expecting broken trust. So thank you.
All right, thanks. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the ordinance as presented. We'll open it up for public comment. Adam, let's start with you. Mr. Sprague, if you want to maybe have a seat so we can clean the lectern area.
Excellent, sir. So we have a couple of callers on the line. The first of which is Josh Winay. Mr. Winay, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Josh Renee, and I live on Northeast 9th Street, which is a straight shot to this development. We need to stop letting those who are comfortably housed design our housing policy. I know being anti-housing is something that certain commissioners have hung their hat on, But if we're going to get to a greener and more equitable community, we're going to need more housing within our urban core and close to transit lines. My house has doubled in value since I purchased it in 2005, and this neighborhood has become super expensive. You know, I just had some friends move to Ocala because they couldn't afford to buy a house in this neighborhood because very little has been built for years in this area. Again, I've lived less than a mile from this location for 16 years, and having a dense development that my family could walk to would be a huge benefit to the neighborhood. The city can continue to argue against building housing, dense housing especially, while the county builds development way out west like Noble and Newberry or 23 West apartments that are in the middle of nowhere, not near well, Noble is closer to transit lines, but 23 West doesn't. You can't take a bus, you know, to UF or any jobs or anything. I'm happy that we have some commissioners that are fighting for the future of the planet, even if it wasn't asked for by the developer. More housing is good. Please vote for a dense and walkable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winay. We have a few more callers on this end, Mr. Mayor, but if you want to go back to chambers, please do.
Sure. Anybody here would like to speak to this motion? Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Mike Perkins. I'm a citizen of Gainesville, and I've been here, let's say, about 35 years, and I've been active coming to the city commission meeting, county commission meetings, school board meetings throughout the years, and I just want to be honest with you, it just gets frustrating. Sitting here right now, watching this thing unfold, everybody's uncomfortable. So why are we even considering this? This thing needs more consideration. That's pretty obvious. That's why we've been sitting here having this discussion for the last 30 minutes, because it needs more consideration. So why are we even considering voting on this tonight? I do not know. But as a citizen, it frustrates me to constantly have to come and see stuff like this happening. It's like you guys come here with a made-up mind. You're going to vote on this. You got the decision already made, and all of this other stuff is hyperbole. I'd like to feel that you guys are really for the citizen, and if there's so much discomfort in what's going on right now, let's just table it, get the information that we need to do, and come back and vote on it. How hard can that be? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adam, back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next up is Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you've got 3 minutes.
Hello, commissioners and folks listening at home. I just wanted to call in and point out how irregular this application is. The process of getting this type of rezoning done, it would be conducted by a developer who had a specific plan for the area. And instead, what we've got is the city using EDA as their ventriloquist to attempt to rezone property for these developers. It's a very ugly situation when you present phony ideas to the neighbors and obtain a degree of approval from the neighbors, and then start trying to bleed in the commercial and high density usages, which I, by the way, am not against. There's no problem if there's a need for that type of space, and if there's demand, and if it is economically feasible. But what the city commission is doing in having our own planning and sustainable development folks drawing up subdivisions that aren't being proposed by anyone is just a totally embarrassing overreach of the commission's authority, and should be called out by the neighbors and the citizens that are paying the bill for all this nonsense. Thank you.
Okay, anybody in chambers wish to speak to the motion?
I'm not sure if now's the time for me to speak again. Or...
No, we'll come back around to you as the applicant. Mr. Shepard, do you wish to make any comments?
Yes, my name is Don Shepard, People's Representative, and as that, I'm not hearing anybody say anything about low-income housing in this, or affordable housing. I'm not hearing, or seeing a layout of the property, other than what the gentleman has showed here tonight on the overhead. I would like, as Mrs. Rosado had mentioned, I'd like to see a more bigger diagram of this so that the viewers can understand it. This being so small, it like doesn't catch your attention in the initiatives of the ideals of what they're trying to do from the west side to the east side of the road. I live on 39th out by the airport, and looking at this diagram, it's hard to understand what his goal plan is of placing houses. And if this is something he can do for our next meeting, I would love to see that. So, great, as now I'm calling it that we do dismiss and we take and bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, sir. Next up on the line is Ms. Darlene Buffalo. Ms. Buffalo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm trying a little bit like Mr. Shepard. I can't see exactly what you're talking about as far as density goes. I know there are a lot of people that like to be close to each other, and that's fine. You also, when you have more density, you have to make sure you have the parking, even though people like to walk. You still have to worry where the parking is going to be and how safe is the parking. I would suggest before you do anything, if you want to ride around with me as a realtor here for 35 years and see what the people actually want, that would help also, because then more people will be coming to the city and wanting to live into the city. Otherwise, you're going to have people not wanting that, and we have a lot of condos and things like that where people can choose if they want to live next to each other. That's just my 2 cents for what it's worth. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Paula. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
We're good here.
Pardon me?
We're good here. If you have anybody else on the line.
Nope, that's it. You're good to go.
Okay, thank you. So let me clear a couple things up just based on the speakers. Yeah, you're not going to see a plat or a development plan. We're not at that stage. It's simply a rezoning. There's an existing PD on there, land use and rezoning. There's an existing PD that has expired. And so for the landowner to be able to do anything with this land, they need to get a current city land use and zoning. So that's the only stage you're in. We're not going to see any specifics about it until that happens, because they don't know what they can design and put in there until that happens. EDA is not the city's ventriloquist. They don't work for the city. They're an independent company. They were hired by the applicant, by the landowner, to guide them through this process. They work with our city staff to come forward with something that is A, legal and defensible, and B, that they can bring before the commission to seek approval. It can be a cooperative process. It can be an adversarial process. I think our staff and folks that work for EDA would probably tell you they've been through both, and probably a lot in between. But the EDA most definitely does not work for the city. Ms. Shalley, Mr. Persons, Mr. Chen, they work for the city, representing the neighbors' interests. And so that's the process. I'm going to go back. Mr. Swigger, if you want to make any sort of more comments, that's fine. I really would like to continue this. I think there's an opportunity here to approve something that is both in the best interest of our entire city, that will also agree with the applicant and the existing neighborhood. I think we should work to that win-win-win. you know, and I do believe a little bit more time, another 6 weeks will allow us to do that. Mr. Swager, and then I'll get you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a local business that's ready to go. And we filed, I'm just going to speak about a number of things quickly, though. We've been waiting 4 months. We applied for approximately 4 months ago. And you want to send us to a continuation to where I don't know where the end is. I don't even know what we would propose. I don't know what's better than what we have. It's going to be less compatible with the neighborhood. They're going to be here and they're going to say they don't like it. I'm really struggling with this one. I understand the overall vision, but I don't know what I would even go back to do, or it's going to be a black hole, I think. The plan board, the neighborhood, the staff have all recommended approval of this. I feel strongly that the application we put together had a lot of thought put into it. I know it is just 3 colors on a map, but there's a lot of variety of things that can be done. I really appreciate if the staff or the city would consider moving this along. And if they aren't, at least consider the second option, which is change that central area to UMU land use and the U6 zoning to allow a very high density and required mix of uses that meets some of the goals. I feel like that could be a compromise that meets a lot of the standards. So, thanks for considering that.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, I think that's from what Ms. Shalley was telling us, that if that's the direction we wanted to go, the latter of what you just suggested, then that would require a continuation to the July 15th meeting, because it is a substantial enough change in this particular ordinance. But we'll see how it goes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those reasons, that's why I want to continue to support this this motion. Again, it's already passed the plan board. The applicant has gone through a tremendous amount of work to get to this point, and so has sustainable development. I would like to see something more dense, but this is what we have in front of us. And I don't know, I would like to try to find a better process to get to a better product before it comes to us this way. And maybe that better process is us all. I don't know what the better process is, but once we get to this point, for us to then pull out our markers just doesn't seem fair to lots of people involved in the process, to me. I will say, though, there is nothing wrong with us having a discussion up here and disagreeing with each other. That's entirely positive. If we're up here, we agree on everything every time, and you get a bunch of 7-0 votes, we may not as well not show up, because we're not really thinking. But it's healthy for us to have these conversations. Doesn't mean I'm going to go say ugly things about my colleagues that vote, and I was going to say incorrectly. It's not incorrectly. that disagree with me. That's okay. It's part of the process. We're all trying to get to a better Gainesville, and it's healthy for us to disagree on these things. I don't have a problem with that, but I do hope that we can support this motion. I think it's the right way to go this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in follow-up to that, I was open to the continuation, but I think from the conversation I heard after that, I was talked out of doing a hutch where you vote against your own motion. So I will be voting for my motion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shalley, it hasn't happened in a while, so I want to get a legal clarification here. Since we're 2 commissioners down, can this pass with a simple majority vote, or do ordinances need 4 votes?
They need 4 votes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad I asked. It's been a while since that's been an issue.
Sandwiches?
Okay, so with that, the motion on the floor is to approve the ordinance as presented on first reading by title only. Madam Clerk, this will be a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
No.
And Mayor Poe?
No. That motion does not pass by virtue of not getting 4 votes. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we continue this item and we ask the applicant and staff to come back with something that allows 2-family zoning or 2-family units being able to be built at least in the RL areas and a mixed use on somewhere on the property as well.
Okay, is there a second? And I think to be specific, continued to July 15th.
Yes, if that we have to be, yes.
That was what Ms. Shelley was saying with the time needed. Is there a second to that motion? That motion dies for lack of a second. I'm going to try to get you a motion here. Look, what we have been given a proposal by the applicant that he thinks would be amenable to the property owner, that is very similar to what has been discussed with the neighbors already, and also I think meets the needs that several commissioners have talked about. And so I think that there is a clear path forward with this. If we take no action, then nothing's going to happen, period. And we're just asking to continue to get something back in front of us that we can discuss once again and give some time to talk with the neighbors. Commissioner Ariola?
I'd be happy for a continuation, but I'm not putting riders on it.
Well, he's going to need something, our staff's going to need something to work on. And I think he's given us something that fits. Is there anything that Commissioner Hayes Santos said that is out of alignment with what you proposed?
Well, I'm not sure how to answer that question, Mr. Mayor, but you triggered something that made me think. So the land use proposal for the area abutting this neighborhood is RL, residential low, 12 units per acre. There are multiple zoning districts that can implement RL. We were proposing RSF4, but another district that implements that is RMF5, 12 units per acre. It allows attached units, duplexes, single family. It allows that variety that you're looking for. It's a little different than what was originally proposed, but not substantially. Under that scenario, you would accomplish what you were looking for, I believe, in having that the two family units allowed, and it would be allowed under the proposed land use map scenario. The zoning change, which would be the next item, would be instead of RSF4, it would be RMF5. I just wanted to mention that because when you said that, it made me think of an idea, an option.
Okay, so to clarify, based on what you suggested and what Commissioner Hayes Santos just suggested, the land use that's being shown here would be compatible with achieving those goals. With the zoning, we would need to take care of just that one other, that southeastern portion. That would be a change.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna defer to Andrew on this, but my belief is the RL allows attached and detached units, 2 family units. It allows the variety, and you could do RMF5 zoning to implement that to allow the mix of uses that you're looking for.
Okay, and again, we don't need to figure that out tonight. If we're continuing it, it leaves 6 weeks for you to work with staff and the neighbors to explore what those options are and achieve those goals. And I mean, I think that's a path forward. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, because I don't want it to go back to square one. That sounds awful. So the 6-week continuance would be for Mr. Clay here to just come back with us after having conversation with staff and neighbors. He wouldn't have to go through the whole gamut, or would he still have to go through the whole gamut?
It's going to be a substantial. It's going to be a substantial change. So yes, it would need to be re-advertised. And yeah, I mean, Michelle, do you want to talk about process a little bit, or Andrew, either one of you?
Yeah, I could jump in. I think as Michelle indicated, we're at ordinance, a transmittal hearing, so we could I think make the changes and work with the applicant, the neighborhood as you suggested, and then what we would do is we would I think the intent from the commission, from what I'm hearing, is we would want to bring that back as a revised ordinance, consistent with the direction that you've given, and as Mr. Swager indicated, he is correct. The RL land use category does allow for other types of small scale 2-family, 3-family, and we could implement, or the commission could choose to implement that with RMF 5 zoning or even a U2 transect zoning, which is another zoning district that it implements that category.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yeah.
Given that, there are 2 applications. There's a land use change application and a zoning change. The land use has to go to the state with a review period. It's going to take longer than the rezoning. If you like that direction and you are willing to vote for the land use change as proposed with the RL that allows the mix of housing types, you could at least transmit that to the state so that process stays. And then if you like the RMF 5 zoning, you can advertise that or something along those lines.
Continue that when we get to it.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, since I was in the, anybody can reconsider because we didn't, there was just not 4 votes. I would be willing to vote again on the last motion to advance the land use, because I think you're right. That what we're trying to accomplish is not a land use issue; it's really a zoning issue, and that would keep the process moving. And then the next item we could continue for 6 weeks. With that, go ahead.
I wasn't finished.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. So just to clarify, not considering this, what would that timeline be, Mr. Persons, if they do the whole process again? Are we talking 2 months? Are we talking 4 months?
The process being that we would come back with a revised ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Right. So I guess well 2 things. I guess one on the sort of land use question. I mean, we're comfortable with that if the commission is comfortable moving that residential medium land use part forward, because I did hear that there was some discussion of wanting mixed uses on that, and that would need a land use change if that was the commission's direction. But so if this gets continued, we would come back in 6 weeks. We would have the ordinance hearing at that point. Presuming that would get approved at that point, we would then have to transmit the land use up to Tallahassee for their 30-day review before coming back to you after that review is over, scheduling the adoption hearing for your land use, and then presumably we would schedule that second reading for the zoning as well. If you move the land use tonight forward, then we would transmit this land use to Tallahassee. They would start that 30-day review. We would come back to you probably at once that 30 days was up with the zoning component. That would still need 2 readings, so we would have that first reading of zoning, basically roughly 30 days after we transmitted to Tallahassee, and then we would need a second reading for the zoning to make it final.
So what I'm calling the whole process would take 6 weeks if we continue it to have more conversation.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
If you continue it tonight, continue both of them, it'll be 6 weeks before we get back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Motion to reconsider.
Okay, administrative, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes 4-1. I didn't hear your vote. This is just to reconsider. Okay, so the motion passes 3-2. Ariola and Sacco in dissent. Commissioner
He was in dissent.
Santos.
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you, Mayor. By moving forward with the current land use, we are putting a land use on 82 acres or 84.
The motion, I'm sorry. The motion to reconsider means the vote is immediate with no discussion.
I forgot fast.
It's good. It's good.
Okay,
Just
so
stick
the
with that
motion
stuff.
to reconsider is the original motion, which is to approve the ordinance on first reading by title only. Madam Clerk.
Our roll call, I'm assuming. Commissioner
You got it.
Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Sacco.
No.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
No.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion fails 3-2 with Hayes, Santos, and Sacco in dissent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think we should, I understand, I think that's a good path forward that the applicant put forward, but we would put forward a land use on close to 84 acres, which is a huge portion of land inside the city limits without any mixed use, and it perpetuates the issues that we have talked about in the past of being able to walk to things. And this is next to an elementary. I mean, there's lots of reasons why we should be doing better land use than what is proposed here. Thank you, Mayor. So I will move to continue this. I mean, it didn't pass last time.
Okay, a motion and a second to continue this item until July 15th. Members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, nobody is on the lines at the time over here.
Mr. Swagger?
Hi. Is there any consideration to make a motion to re-advertise some modification of the land use map, so at least they can come back in 6 weeks with a direction? That would be my question for the commission. I don't know where to go without any further direction. We'll be back talking about this again in 6 weeks, and it's
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
mean, it's
the end of the year.
It's a fair
before we-
question. Mr. Persons, do you have some guidance?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you guidance for?
Mr. Swagger, can you repeat your question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, my question was if the commission would consider making a motion to propose a land use approval to be transmitted that was different than what we proposed. For instance, if the commission wished to, in lieu of the RM land use, to do the urban mixed use, which would implement the U6, if they were just to decide that that was the way to go, that could be re-advertised and brought back on July 15th.
Okay, so you're asking that we actually add some specificity to what the land use initial approval would be, so
yes, Mr.
there's
Mayor.
actually something to advertise.
That was my question, yes, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
so
Thank
Andrew,
you.
I don't think that's a question for you. I think that's a question for the commission.
Yeah.
That if we want to make a motion to alter, especially that western portion. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I mean, I would support us keeping the RL, which is next to all the single-family zones, and then dealing with the zoning later, and then re-advertising for the RM to be the urban mixed use for that section. I don't know if there's 4 people in here that would support that or not.
We got to make a motion to find out.
So I would move that we re-advertise and make one change to the RM land use area. That would be urban mixed use land area, and that the RL area next to the single family neighborhoods remains the same.
Okay, motion is second. Can we just get a map? There we go. Can we zoom in, please? Sorry, I'm getting grouchy. Not saying my please and thank yous. Apologize, Mom. Okay, so just so anybody watching is clear, the motion is for the two, we'll call it sort of tan shaded areas to remain as they are, correct? No? What's the motion,
The
Commissioner?
motion was to retain this RL.
Okay.
Along the neighborhood fringe and edge.
Okay.
Change the RM to urban mixed use,
Okay.
land use.
Okay, and then the western
The
portion
commercial.
is as presented.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so that's the motion. There's a second. Let's go back for another round of public comment. We'll start with Adam. Let's switch it up and start with the callers.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. We do have one caller, Mr. Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I had a question for you. I don't know if this question would be appropriate for you to get to direct to Mr. Persons, but if there's an impact to neighbors or folks living around in that corridor, and we're trying to reach out regarding the development or how you're changing the land development or how it's going to be posted, reached out to one of the commissioners, but to try to get with Mr. Persons on things like this, what could we do to further get some assistance? Because it doesn't seem to be any communication or any communication back from that department. What could we do?
To get information from sustainable development?
Yes, especially when it comes to some zoning issues and some other things with,
Sure,
with
yeah,
respect to
so
that, to the development. Yes, sir.
334-50-50. 334-50-50, and then they always have
Yes,
somebody.
and there's no response. No response.
Right now? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to call during business
Sorry?
hours.
I'm just letting you know we've called before, but okay, all right, call the number again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody in chambers?
Wait, Mr. Mayor, we do have somebody else on the line.
Yeah, I like to alternate though, Adam.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought there was nobody there.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers want to speak? Oh, go ahead, sir, yep. You spent the whole evening with this, you might as well.
Mike Perkins, I just curious. I'm under the impression that the citizens have been told what the land use is, and now we're saying we're gonna change it, but we're gonna do it without going back to the citizens? I don't know, that's what it sounds like.
Not exact, no, yeah, it's gonna be. So there's 2 parts, there's land use and zoning. For the zoning that will change, they will go back out to the citizens before it comes back to the commission and talk about the changes and what they are and bring us any feedback. So there's a 6-week period where that will happen.
So we're not voting to change the land use tonight?
We are, but then it will get sent to the state. The zoning, I can't speak until we get there, but the discussion has been that will be continued until July 15th. We will not take action on that. And that's what determines the density and stuff that we're talking about.
Okay, so you're saying the citizens don't need to have any input on the land use being changed?
That's not what I'm saying, sir.
Okay, well, I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, part of the way we take input is through public comment, whether you're here in person or people calling in. And then we'll go back out as well and have individual conversations. Adam, do you have anybody else?
You do, sir. I'm Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, you know, this is just a continuation of the train wreck in motion that you are running in that chamber every time you meet. The ridiculous pandering to the developer, and then sending the neighborhood folks, your community engagement folks, who have already told you that you need to have better community engagement, have a clear goal when you go out to talk to the community. Here you are at the last second from the dais changing the nature of the development that it's already been agreed to by them. They've met, they've considered this. It's so disrespectful to the citizens of Gainesville that you would continue to operate your own little development shop with this ventriloquist EDA and strawman Henderson. For anybody that wants anything, that they tell you that they'll build more density. Please stop this nonsense right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Mayor, that's our last caller.
Okay, thank you very much. It's not always fun watching the sausage be made, but these are the only meetings where we have an opportunity to discuss these things. We can't talk to each other outside these meetings, at least not about anything. We can talk about the kids and the weather and, you know, how much we hope the Gator quarterback position continues to be playing at a high level. We can't talk about this stuff. So this is the opportunity we have to do that. And sometimes it floats right through because it's not controversial, and sometimes it doesn't. But this is, you know, this is the way that you know the process works. So, you know, we'd like every issue to be sort of smooth sailing, but Commissioner Ward's right. Some stuff is difficult, and we've got to disagree, and we've got to disagree in public respectfully with one another, to get to something that's, in the public good. And that's it. Our only job is to make decisions that are in the public interest, in the public good. And so, this has been one of the, more grindy versions of the sausage. But, I wouldn't trade it for any other form if I had a choice. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Perkins, you're right to be confused because it's a confusing process. The land use and zoning, land use has to come first, but it's kind of the way Mr. Parsons taught me. It's kind of the cake, but the cake without the icing on it. The zoning is the icing. We can pass the cake tonight. We can bake that tonight, send it off to the state, and make sure they're okay with it. And then several weeks from now, we'll come back and talk about the icing to go on it. And in that meantime, the neighbors can have input on that icing, on the zoning. And that's what I hope the process how I hope the process will play out. Normally what we do is do both of them at the same time. We bake the cake, put the icing on it, because there's no discussion like this most of the time. But that's where we are on this particular one. And there is still an opportunity for the neighbors to have further input and for them to not only have input, but for them to be educated on what's about to happen. I've thought a long time about how we could make this a smoother process, but it's confusing. It really is. And it's not just confusing in Gainesville, it's confusing in every city whenever there's a discussion like this, where there's not full agreement. So, hopefully the sausage is going to taste good. We'll mix up all the cooking metaphors we can here, and I'm going to support this just because I want it to move forward to the point where we can discuss the final stages. And I may not support it in the zoning process when we get to that point, but that's neither here nor there at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor to continue this until July 15th with advertising the changes that were aforementioned. That just is a voice vote. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 4-1 with areola and dissent. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 200887, quasi-judicial rezoning of 83.79 acres of property located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Boulevard. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 83.79 acres of property generally located on the 755, did it again, to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Boulevard, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from planned development to automotive-oriented business, multifamily, and single-family, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Persons.
Thank you. I would just recommend that you guys continue the zoning portion, and we'll bring that back when we bring back the land use.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shalley.
That's why I had my hand raised. Because this is quasi-judicial, you should not hold that quasi-judicial hearing because you have not baked the cake, so it's not yet time to put the icing on.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Jesus.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we continue this item to July 15th. Is that correct?
Correct. Second. Motion and second that we continue this item to July 15th. Any members of the public wish to speak to that motion to continue? We'll start with anybody in the chamber. Okay, Adam, over to you.
No, sir, and there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes 4-1 with areola and dissent. Up next, commission comment. Anybody have any comment they didn't bring up this afternoon? Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to comment, but I brought this up in the past, and we had a brief discussion about it, but we didn't really go anywhere with it. I would really like us to to rethink a way to do a kind of citizens land use and zoning academy. And I don't know to what level, but we have some tremendous experts on our staff. If Mr. Persons could help me understand these things, he can help anybody understand these things. So I don't know exactly what that would look like. I'm not talking about just people have to have an interest in it and to have been paying attention to some degree to understand it. So it's not just going to be a walk in and spend 3 hours there and be an expert. But if we could help some of the folks who have neighborhood concerns, get a better handle on how we do this, not only in Florida, but in Gainesville, then we ought to do that. We can save ourselves a lot of heartache, I think, by having that particular kind of engagement and outreach. And I'd like us to consider how that might work. I'm not ready to make a motion to do that at this point, but I would like for staff to think on it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree. It's something I think we probably should budget for. I think there is a cost to it and something we should consider in this. I know we've talked about it in future years, and I don't think it actually made the budget in past years. I think we had it in there, didn't move forward. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Persons?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I love that idea, and I love the food analogies too. But I would say we were, and I think we've talked a little bit about it with y'all at different points in time. But we were actually kind of piloting something very akin to I think to what Commissioner Ward was describing. Actually, that was one of the first things that Nathaniel Chan, when he came on with the city, we started doing. We named it the Neighborhood Planning Partnership, which was essentially exactly like a planning curriculum. Mr. Castillo in my office, he actually made some 120 slide presentation that was like a full curriculum, and we were like, all right, maybe we can pare this down a little bit and like take it in pieces. But I think from a fundamental perspective, like we wanted to get out into communities, particularly neighborhoods that may be experiencing a lot of development, and there's a lot of questions about how that's happening. Because again, like if you're not a person like folks on my staff who live and breathe this stuff, you're just a regular neighbor. You see development happen, and if you don't sort of understand some of the mechanics at play, it looks like it just sort of falls out of the sky, or worse, it's some sort of like smoke-filled backroom deal that happens. And so part of the idea was like going to neighborhood organizations or community groups, not just once, but over a sustained course of time, 6 months to a year, provide sort of some sort of the basis to help them both understand what's going on and then be better advocates for their interests on a neighborhood level. But I think also had the sort of the secondary benefit of getting my staff out into the community, so they're seen and heard and understood, and there's a connection and trust building between city staff and the neighborhood, and to build sort of neighborhood capacity as well. So we started piloting that. We were doing that right before the pandemic, probably for about 3 or 4 months, and it is resource intensive, as Commissioner Hayes Santos indicated. Like, I mean, there are weeks where we were going to 2 and 3 community meetings a night or a week, in addition to all of our regular meetings with commission and board meetings. And I think I've spoken about this before. It does need to be resourced. Like, I need to be able to allocate staff time to this type of non-project specific engagement in community that is on par with my staff, reviewing and issuing building permits or doing that kind of like nuts and bolts thing. Because if it's not sort of understood and allocated for, then when push comes to shove, the permit side, the widget making is going to always win out. And that kind of really valuable but kind of long-term strategy, community engagement, gets sort of pushed to the wayside if it's not intentionally sort of thought through. So anyway, I just wanted to share my thoughts. I think it's a great idea, and it's something that we started doing. We'll continue to do, whether we get resources to do it or not. It'll just be a little bit more ad hoc and as we go forward. But it's something that I particularly believe in, and I think our staff does as well.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Persons. Look forward to continuing that discussion. All right. Seeing no further business before us, I'd like to thank our GPD officers that kept the People's Chamber safe, and Ms. Molden for keeping us so fresh and so clean. Everybody for participating. We are adjourned.